Just a reminder to the audience that the crossover is a specifically non-sports segment.
Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
That look on Josh's thumbnail graphic for today's show on YouTube is exactly the look of listeners when they hear the crossover is not about sports.
Oh no, here they come, these yahoos.
Sending a message about the show at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, are we airing this out for real?
I love your show when the host talks about sports.
We could have been more subtle than this.
It's probably hard to fill all the time, so I sort of understand. I listened for about a half hour this morning and heard about Rapunzel, Toy Story, macaroni and cheese, and handing out baseball as business cards.
Sports.
If there was more talk about sports and less nonsense, I would listen to your
now
show
you're being
more
mocking, Matt.
and often for a longer period of time. Hope you find this helpful.
We can have a
Thanks.
difference of opinions on what this should be.
Of course. Now,
We read it on the air yesterday.
as I always say, we get
Thank you,
emails
Don.
like that, and the people fill out the forms on the website probably several times a week. We only see some of them. Some of them we get. Some of them are fun. Like usually when we get those, it's about that. Like, did you guys know that this is a sports talk show? Basically, we're like, yeah. It's always those people who make the crossover sound so good.
Yes, absolutely.
Did you hear all the topics that guy mentioned?
He left out George Bush having aura as well in there. That was a central part.
Maybe he liked that one.
Maybe he turned it off by then.
Yeah, I did watch all of the Al Gore SNL George Bush debates yesterday.
Oh, really?
I did.
Wow, that's awesome. Tell me
what a
everything.
My plan would be like a
Lockbox.
lockbox. And actually, the lockbox would have two different colors. I thought it was so funny.
That lockbox was like one of the most popular words in society.
I thought it was. I was laughing so hard, and then well, use one word to describe your campaign. Strategery.
Classic.
Don't mess with Texas. I believe Mr. Gore did not mess with Texas.
I am so happy for you.
Yeah. And then
You've enjoyed number one, good SNL.
Yeah.
And number two, you have got to experience a little bit of what George W. Bush was like.
And then
number 3, the 2000 election, which is just incredible.
Oh, yeah,
Hanging
you weren't alive
chads,
for that.
Hanging
Yeah.
chads, things of that nature.
is that the
Years
one?
before you were born.
Is that the one where Jeb tells them to stop counting in Florida? Is that or is that the 2004 election? The
Jeb.
the Jeb Bush.
Well,
He
I
was
know
the governor of Florida, I think, at that time.
Was that the 04 election where they were?
No,
Florida-
2000 was the only one that was contended.
Yeah, the Florida dispute was in 2000.
Well, that was in 2000. Okay.
Yeah.
I remember
It had
watching.
as much to do with Ralph Nader as it does anything else, who is a person that you will probably never know of.
I don't know who that is.
And ask your dad about Ralph Nader.
Okay. I'm still waiting his response to another text that does have to do with this type of
You're
stuff.
like, hey, Dad, what do I need to know about
Hey,
this
Dad.
Ralph Nader guy?
I was asked to ask you
You'll get him to respond if you ask him about
Ralph
Ralph Nader.
Nader. What do I know? What do I need to know about this guy?
He will respond.
Yeah.
He will respond. Knowing what we know.
And then I did watch his like address to America, where it's like, what would Bill Clinton do for me? Bill Clinton would also do things that Congress wouldn't allow him to do to take the heat off of me as well. I thought it was very funny. It was
Like real George W. Bush?
no, this was Will Ferrell's. I've watched like 20 minutes of, George W. Bush, Will Ferrell content.
Did you search for the show, The Bushes?
No. I did see one though that was like Bush and Bush, and I think it was just Will Ferrell talking to himself as George W. But
That happened a couple
I
times.
didn't watch that one. I saw it. I was like, I put it on my list.
That one, it was jumping the shark by that point.
Okay, we were past, and then of course, like once you start watching that, then I just got caught into all the Harry Carey stuff.
I was going to say, like, did you watch any more episodes from around that time? Like,
He's not watching episodes.
did
He's just
you-
watching clips.
did
of
you
the-
see?
SNL is a clip show.
Did you see any Mango?
Oh, mango.
No, I didn't.
Did you see any Brian Fellow Safari Planet?
No, I didn't.
Really?
I didn't know.
God,
There's no way that rabbit cut its own hair.
I'm Brian Fellows.
Honestly, I just fall into the Nate Bargatze SNL with
Oh,
some of my most
God.
watched stuff. It's great. Have you ever seen the one where it's like a culinary competition? And it's like they have to make soul food, and Nate Bargatze, very white man, wins the soul food competition.
Yeah, I mean that's the point of Nate Bargatze. Yeah,
It's so funny. That was a good one. But I just watched Carrie and then Nate Bargatze, and then I was
You should
back to
just,
listening to
like,
fantasy football
just
podcast after that.
Just go back. I'm pretty sure all the episodes.
Potsy has an episode?
No, Potsy though did give me a take. He thinks that Jamar Chase is 1-1 in this year's draft.
I'm pretty sure that's pretty common.
No, Jahmyr Gibbs and Bijan Robinson are going ADP 1.2 and ADP 1.5.
Okay, but are you in a
Yahoo.com.
PPR, half point PPR, full point?
I'm in
PPR?
full point PPR.
Well, then you would probably like to have Jamar Chase. He's going to have 1,000 catches.
I'm doing full point PPR 12 team mock drafts, and Gibbs is going one. and then-
Gibbs does have a lot of catches.
And then Robinson's going too. And then this is our last text.
Are you
You're
sure
picking 12th.
Are you sure that?
I was just kind of educating myself.
Are you sure that Potsy hasn't been poisoned by me yet?
He goes, if you want a wide receiver, go Jamar. If an RB, go Gibbs. Can't go wrong.
Because I know what Potsy was up to this weekend because I follow him on IG now.
Whoa.
Yeah.
He had a good weekend.
Dude, Potsy was in Utah.
Yeah.
Love Utah.
Yeah.
Was he at Zion?
He went to the mountains and then
Was
he
it
went to
Mount Hood.
he went to the High School Musical school.
Oh my God. Yes, he did. He took a picture of it.
Yeah, but what do you think I followed him on Instagram
That is
for?
crazy. That
There's a High School Musical
You
school.
remember
Yeah,
that.
it's East High,
Yeah,
whatever.
they shot that in
I
an actual high
I
school.
thought to myself while I was
Where?
sitting there, I scrolled through it. I was like, why is Potsy at why is
Don't
Potsy?
call him Potsy like you know him.
He's my Potsy too.
You guys haven't talked.
Yes, we have. We follow each other on IG.
Have you
We're
DM'd him?
basically dating.
No, you're not.
I mean, how do you try to hang out with people your age? You follow them on IG, right? That's right. No answer.
I need
there.
to follow Potsy.
Yeah, follow Potsy.
I got a draft coming up.
He's gonna start wondering why are all these Omaha radio people now following me?
Yeah, he's gonna start probably doing a close friend list or something like that.
I'll have Happer send me his IG handle. so I
It
can follow
did
him.
impressively take Happer all of like 3 minutes to find his Instagram.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I just said, didn't I just say what
I'm pretty sure you led me right to it.
did I?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It wasn't that hard.
it is what it is. So
I was gonna say, so you should go back to because they archive all the episodes of SNL.
Mhm.
Just go back to the election season in 2000. Pick a full episode and watch that.
He can't do a full episode.
he's spot on. No way. I'm not
He
gonna
just can't. You'd be better off
Two
giving him.
hours.
It's like 6 skits.
He can't do it.
Think about who the musical guest could have been. I mean, let me
Salt
pick one
and
for you.
pepper.
Did you miss the part where he stopped watching the clip so he could resume a fantasy football podcast? You're
Yeah.
not getting him to watch a full episode.
SNL
Now, your
is
best bet is pick 5 sketches you'd like him to watch.
this is your
And you
best
might
bet.
I want him to
Two of
have a moment in time. Don't you understand?
I understand.
A moment in time.
He doesn't believe in time.
I don't know if I
Oh,
go that
interesting.
far.
So the episode right before Election Day. So Election Day would have been what? November. It could have been November. Well, the episode right before because the election would have been what? November something 2000, right?
The first Tuesday in November of
Or
2000.
was it 1999?
would have been the election, would have been the 2000 election.
November
day.
7th, 2000 was
And then
election
he-
day
So
in this
November
country.
November
It was the
4th.
last possible day it could have been.
November 4th, 2000 was hosted by Charlize Theron,
Oh wow.
Okay.
Holy
which is shocking to me.
wow.
And
Paul Simon,
Paul
is
Simon
the
was a
musical.
musical guest.
Whoa, that's
Yes.
a big show.
That's a massive show.
I don't really. What was Charlize Theron doing?
I'm
at the
on it.
time?
She
I'm on
was, is that Monsters Ball? Was she,
No, that
was
was
that like Academy?
Monster was 2003.
Okay.
Monsters
So-
Ball was with Halle Berry.
My bad.
Both won an Oscar for a movie with
My
Monster.
bad.
in the title.
I know. There's a lot of monster
Well, then
movies.
there's Monsters Inc., and I didn't put her as part of that either.
What the hell was going
What
on in
was she
2000
doing?
with Charlize Theron?
Oh, that's her producer credits. I'm sorry. Okay. I'll get there.
I didn't
everybody.
even
Talk
hear-
amongst yourselves.
I didn't even hear of Charlize Theron until like 2014.
What-
She
it
was
was-
great in the Odyssey.
In 2000, the fall of 2000, She could have been promoting any one of the following movies.
Okay.
Reindeer Games with Ben Affleck, a
Okay.
terrible
Yikes.
movie that is a lot of fun.
Yikes.
Men of Honor with Robert De Niro and Cuba Gooding
It's
Jr.
that one.
Definitely that one.
Or The Legend of Bagger Vance.
Wow.
Sports.
Okay.
Really? See? Who said we didn't talk about
So,
Legend
those are
of
actually 3 relatively interesting movies.
Yeah.
I'll give her credit.
what range? It's quite incredible.
Yeah, you get a
Charlize
sports drama,
Theron.
a courtroom drama, and not really, a
And an
courtroom drama,
Affleck film.
but a naval academy drama. What do we call Men of Honor?
I don't know. Charlize Theron's the best.
The week before that, it was Dana Carvey and the Wallflowers.
Whoa.
Also, Robert De Niro appears as himself during Weekend Update to discuss Jimmy Fallon's negative review of Meet the Parents from the previous episode.
Good bit.
That's
This
good.
is actually-
Also, it's hilarious. Jimmy Fallon had a negative review of something.
This is actually very funny. Like if we just
Should have a
went through
negative review
random
of
seasons of SNL and just read who hosted what the
I would
musical
love
guest-
to do that.
yeah.
That would be a great bit. Just
That-
pick a date.
Uh-huh.
Okay, all right. Let's do
Why don't you just do this as a tweet? Like every now and then you just tweet a random synopsis of an SNL.
I bet that account already exists.
probably.
Because that's what
Who
I
cares
always
if it
do.
already exists, you're doing it from your account.
October 21st, 2006.
Nice. Let's go to 2006.
October 21st, 2006.
Because I'm always like, well, what was that person promoting?
Yes.
What-
no,
yeah.
immediately. 2006. What big
October
year?
what?
October 21st.
Perfect. It was a Saturday.
Okay, perfect. Oh, wow.
The episode was hosted by John C. Reilly with musical guest My Chemical Romance.
I am
That's-
going to guess.
That's got to be a good episode.
You know what they were
Dewey-
promoting.
I'm going to guess Dewey Cox. No.
Well, before that.
This was 2006.
Talladega Nights would have
2007.
come out before
Or
that.
2006. Yeah, no, they were promoting Talladega
They
Nights.
had,
Okay.
yeah.
But that came out in like August.
It came out already.
Yeah.
So My Chemical Romance performs Welcome to the Black Parade, which
Okay, thank you.
Nick Grimm is just having the
Mhm.
time of his life.
Mhm.
And then Will Ferrell and John C. Reilly's Talladega Nights, The Ballad of Ricky Bobby co-star appears as James Lipton in the opening monologue.
Wow.
James Lipton as Will Ferrell,
God.
James Lipton. Fantastic. That was a great episode. Nice pick.
Thank you. Do you remember that episode?
No. I mean,
Okay.
I might remember a skit that they did.
Sounds. I feel like whenever they get just a rock band that is hot at the time and they pair them up with a comedian, that is a recipe for a really good episode. I feel like the worst types of episodes are probably like actor or actress combined with like a non-comedy actor or actress combined
Whoa.
with a super, super popular pop star at the time.
I assume the worst episodes are when they take a public person with no ability to act or have fun at all. And then-
Sometimes, though, I feel like those, because you have such low expectations, end up
be.
being some of the funnier episodes.
All right, I have a list of the skits that they
Yeah,
did.
this is incredible.
This is really good. A moment in time. So once again, we're going back to October 21st, 2006, SNL hosted by John C. Reilly, musical guest, My Chemical Romance. Opening, cold open, special report with Britt Hume. Britt Hume presents part one of his interview with President George W. Bush, who at this time was being played by Will Forte, in which Bush agrees with each of his statements. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Monologue. That's where James Lipton shows up in the monologue. They have so this is the first sketch, this Colonial Williamsburg. Is that right, Josh? Is that what you're looking at?
Yep.
That's-
I believe this is the Fallon did this where they're like, oh, you chun and butter. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And
This isn't the old Prospector one.
no, other people took it over after Fallon and Poehler left the show.
Oh, okay.
This is Sudeikis, Maya Rudolph, and Kenan Thompson.
Oh, wow.
A historical
What a lineup.
reenactor played by John C.
about
Riley
this?
is offensive to his coworkers.
How about this sketch 3? Korean Central Television, Kim Jong-il's address. Kim Jong-il, portrayed by Amy Poehler, addresses the nation of North Korea. Let's go.
That's incredible.
that could be pretty good.
That could be very good. So are that like it's all red and green? Is that like the
The
rating?
reds are the sketches.
Oh, okay,
The
okay,
greens are
okay.
the musical performances, and the orange is Weekend Update.
Wow, that's
Blue is digital shorts.
Blue is digital shorts.
Harpoon Man.
I am going to take a deep
Yeah.
trip down this website
Whoa.
this afternoon.
Mike Schaefer, would you like to give another date?
Okay. So I was trying to remember when the Charles Barkley episode was, like in 2009. because I specifically remember
Barkley
really
09.
enjoying that.
I
think it was
remember when he
2009 or 2010.
I remember when he hosted with Nirvana as the musical guest.
Well, it wouldn't have been that.
No,
It
It would have been in the 90s.
Should have been later.
Charles Barkley, Alicia Keys.
Yeah.
January
Wow.
9th, 2010.
Okay. Right in that wheelhouse. Yeah. Go to that one. There was a couple sketches in there that I really enjoyed. Barkley, I thought was a good host.
Season 35.
Episode 669.
Nice.
Ooh.
Incredible. All right, here we go.
Oh, this one isn't color coded.
Yeah, this
Interesting.
one. So cold open is Wolf Blitzer, played by Jason
That was
Sudeikis,
a good one.
calling
That's a
attention
good
to a
character.
disjointed United States-Yemen joint press conference between General David Petraeus, who was played by Will Forte, and Ali Abdullah Saleh. Monologue by Charles Barkley. Let's see. Returning to host SNL for the second time in his first appearance in 16 years, former longtime NBA basketball player Charles Barkley believes honesty is the best policy and talks about how few black hosts there are on SNL, then speaks to two audience members and the only black man in the seats, which ends up being Hannibal Buress, also features Kenan Thompson. Fantastic.
Game show contestants.
Oh, we had some MacGruber.
Oh, we had a
this was a
MacGruber?
good episode.
Is it
Okay.
MacGruber in this episode? We had an Inside the NBA spoof.
MacGruber's racist jokes
Oh.
don't go over well with Daryl, played by Charles Barkley.
We had 3 MacGrubers in this very episode.
Inside the NBA spoof, would that be with? That's not with Shaq at the time, so that would
No,
just
it
be
was-
Kenny, and Ernie and Chuck.
So
There's
there's
a YouTube
people
video
that are
embedded
like
here.
he's like trying to call a game with someone.
Jason Sudeikis, who is playing Kevin Harlan.
Yeah,
For the
and he
record.
just starts screaming random nonsense.
Why is Andy Samberg is like a stat guy and he shows up on the side and I don't know.
I
what
think he
they're
might be a
talking-
little kid. He's
Yeah,
like a
he
little
is.
kid.
He acts like a
He's
little kid,
he's
and
a
he
little-
starts screaming "Thunder Dan" during it. And like
Danny
that's all
Hoover.
he's doing.
Danny Hoover is what he's called. Yeah. Oh man, that's fantastic.
The last skit of the night was Barkley's Bank. Charles Barkley's investment plan is simple. He'll apply it to his personal gambling habit to ensure that you'll either double your money or lose it all.
Wow, that's the Matt McMaster plan. That's incredible.
Wow. How about weekend update? Seth Meyers is hosting at the time. James Carville, who is played by Bill Hader,
What a name.
rebuts the Republican response on the Christmas bombing attack. Nicolas Cage, who is played by Andy Samberg, I assume they did get in the cage here, rambles while discussing his newly appointed duties as Goodwill ambassador on drugs and crime. And Governor David Patterson, who's played by Fred Armisen, comments on his angry state on the address and continues to make fun of New Jersey. Get in the cage was great.
It was.
Andy
I don't
Samberg.
remember that.
Andy
I forgot how much
Samberg
I like
doing
Fred Armisen in like small roles.
Yeah.
He's so good.
So the best get in the cage was when Andy Samberg was doing Nick Cage and then Nick Cage showed up.
Okay.
And
I have to watch. I've never heard of Get in the Cage. That sounds like a great bit.
he just does an overly bloated Nick Cage
Nick
impression.
Cage.
And Nick Cage comes in one time and he's like, "You don't sound at all like me." And, and Andy Samberg's like, "Oh, I did. I don't sound at all like you." Or they just go back and forth. It's great.
Seth Meyers was my weekend update host.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
That
mine was Colin Quinn.
Wow.
It's one season of Colin Quinn, I think.
Mine's definitely Norm Macdonald.
Yeah. Mine was Seth Meyers. And then like he appeared on Late Night when Jimmy went from Late Night to The Tonight Show.
Still doing that.
And then Seth went to Late Night. And I was like, oh, and I've watched Late Night with Seth Meyers for like a couple of years because I was like, that's my weekend update.
That's your guy.
Exactly. He's still just doing Late Night with Seth Meyers and nothing else.
Yeah.
I feel like his talent, Seth Meyers. I feel like Seth Meyers, like I could expect maybe
He
in
did
like
that one video where he got hammered with Dua Lipa.
Oh, yeah.
People
Yeah,
like that
they
one.
do that.
he does the every Boston movie trailer on the Late Night show where it's just like he just played every role that's played in a Boston movie.
But Seth,
And-
is he still writing for SNL?
I think he is. I think he's still a writer for a couple different
He's
things.
mostly a writer. That's what Seth Meyers is. Which
Do you think Seth Meyers could have like a Renaissance role in like an emotional movie and you're like, oh my God, that's
Absolutely not.
like a supporting Renaissance role?
No.
What do you
Very
mean
small
by that?
part. Like he's like in a In an Italian mob movie, he's in it for 4 minutes, and you're like, "Oh my god, that's Seth Meyers." He was
But what
actually
does he
pretty
do?
good.
What does he do?
I don't know. Probably like a mob member or something like
Oh
that.
God, what? Seth Meyers?
Or
is
he's
a
probably
mob
like
guy?
he's probably like
What
the.
are you?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I like
He's
it when these actors have renaissances.
He's asking if Seth Meyers can take a dramatic turn.
Yeah, for a role, for a supporting actor role.
Like when we were all watching A Star Is Born and Dave Chappelle showed up, and we're like, "What's Dave Chappelle doing here? And why is he so heavy?"
I did go to a live taping, hilariously, of the Seth Meyers show.
Really?
Yeah, I was featured in the show.
You were featured?
I was on camera. Yeah,
And a young Matt McMaster was watching.
you probably were. Yeah, I have a screenshot. We could look up the episode if you want.
That's
but
incredible.
the guests were John Malkovich
Wow.
and Cory Booker. Remember?
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah,
Former Senator Cory Booker.
Former Senator
Is he
Cory
current
Booker.
Senator.
So I don't know
He
what he
might still be
does
a senator.
anymore. Yeah.
He ran for the Democratic primary a couple of years ago, I believe.
I think they wanted him to.
What? That was such a funny line coming from you.
Yeah.
Well, I
is-
think they
he
wanted
ran
him
for
to. I don't know
the-
that he actually fully entered the race. He
He is,
explored.
No, he was there. He was in a debate. I think it was him and Liz Warren went after it for a second.
This
if
is
I'm not
amazing.
mistaken.
Why do you know this?
Current senator.
Because I have,
Because
He-
Fox News is on in his parents'
Yeah.
house all the
Yeah.
time.
And then you guys are watching the Democratic primaries?
Dad wanted to see the comp.
Scouting the opposition.
Oppo research.
That's what he was. He wanted to see who they were going up against.
How many people up on the stage was he referring to as Claypool?
I think all of them.
Yeah. Doesn't seem like it'd be a high amount.
Sometimes Claypool got called Klobuchar. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, no, not Governor Klobuchar.
Mom goes, by the way, so I texted my dad. We were saying this off air. There was a guy who used to say, bye-bye now on Fox, I guess, who he would watch a show. And Mom wrote back to me, the bye-bye guy was John McLaughlin from the McLaughlin Report.
Oh.
If that strikes any memory.
Sports connection. Cory Booker played tight end
Oh.
for Stanford.
Is that why he showed up on Seth Meyers' show? Probably not.
Maybe.
Seth Meyers stopped writing for SNL in 2018.
Dang.
Also, Cory Booker and RuPaul are distant cousins.
Whoa. Now
Okay.
that's a
Cory
connection.
Booker facts have been hitting here.
So
I gotta show you this picture of me in the back. They did this thing where they went up into the crowd, and I was in the background of it, just sitting at the top, looking like a total idiot.
you saw Kings of Leon perform at Seth Meyers late night with
Yes,
Seth
it was
Meyers?
Kings of Leon. Wait, how'd you know that?
Because I looked it up. January 30th, 2017.
That was it. Yes.
Look at John Malkovich and his just incredibly
John
insane
Malkovich,
goatee.
who-
That's a crazy
I
goatee.
was excited because what happened that day was we were trying to get into Fallon, and
As one does.
we ended up getting the opportunity to go to a bit of Fallon's. Like,
Oh,
so he did a pre-tape bit where he was Trump and did something, and so we were in the audience for that too.
Okay.
And then we didn't get tickets to the full Fallon show, but then we got into Seth. Like, we were the last person on standby in for Seth Meyers.
That's awesome.
And we got into Seth Meyers, and I was like, "Who's on that show tonight?" And they were like, "John Malkovich," and I was like, "Well, that's exciting." And then he was not funny because I was just thinking about Con Air the whole time.
He's
Obviously.
he looks very serious in this interview.
He was incredibly unfunny
yeah.
in that interview.
It would be
but
like if you did go to Fallon after all.
I just wanted speed references.
I would
or
love
Con Air
to
references.
hear that Connor went to Fallon on the night that like Will Ferrell dressed up as Lil Debbie, you know.
He did a good it was a pretty viral Fallon bit that
The Trump one?
he ended up doing that night. Yeah.
Well, when he did Trump, it was like the spray tan was like
Correct.
to 1 million. It was a wild spray tan they would put on him.
Correct. He doesn't do that anymore.
And then I think his like eyebrows would be like super bushy and like propped up. It was a very out there Trump look that he would do. I remember watching a couple.
Did he
of
get
them,
in
thinking they're
trouble for
funny.
going like orange face or something?
I don't know.
I think he
issue
just
here?
stopped he stopped being any controversial at all, you know. He just-
So entertaining.
Wouldn't be the first time Jimmy Fallon got in trouble for wearing the wrong color face.
oh.
Wouldn't be the first time Jimmy Fallon stopped being funny.
Whoa.
By the way, I did text Potsy
Why? Does he not want me telling people where his high school is or something?
Who would you pick 12-13 full point PPR?
Okay.
He goes, I'd split running back and wide receiver. I'd grab one of my guys at that wrap with K9 or Hampton, then pair him up with a wide receiver, maybe Lamb if he's still there. Exclamation point, exclamation point.
Okay. All right. What do you think about that?
I like Chase Brown. What do you think?
Do you listen to his analysis?
No, I think you just want someone to tell your own analysis to while ignoring what they're actually telling.
No,
That's what you want.
I have been doing some mock drafts, and I have been wondering, is it better to split or is it better to go 2 RBs or maybe even do I go RB and tight end?
You're in a keeper league. Why are you doing mock drafts?
This is my other league I'm in. I'm in 3 leagues.
Gotcha.
I'm in a redraft league, I'm in a keeper league, and I'm in a guillotine league.
Okay.
Too many leagues, bub.
That 3 is
2.
perfect for me.
No.
For me and for all the time that I have, 3 is the perfect amount.
You don't have any time. You always talk about how little time you have, and then it's going to be football season, and you're going to have even less time.
Yeah, but it's all football adjacent, so I'm just in more football.
Gotcha.
By the way, what happened to this this bowling that you?
Yeah, just kind of
Well, you got a
Fell
bunch
through.
of yeses from everybody, and then what happened?
Oh yeah.
I don't know, just kind of. I just have another thing going on, I guess.
He got a better offer.
Wow.
What
Kenny
hell?
Minchie the bowling night for the zone?
John couldn't go, and I was
You
like,
got yeses from everyone except John. I think we had a quorum. We had enough.
So are the rest of us going to get beers and talk about Matt? then?
oh no, I wouldn't like that to happen.
What has come up? What has come up?
I'm just going out with people.
He's got a date. This is very
All right, so text
concerning.
Austin Jacobson as to what he's doing on Saturday.
Screw you guys. You guys suck.
I already know what this is. And I'm not happy about it.
I'm
The young media is getting together and excluding the old media.
No,
The
You're
Young
that
not
happened.
Media
happy about-
Illuminati group.
I know.
the Super Secret Society of Young Broadcasters of Omaha met last weekend.
That is the last group you want me to infiltrate, and you have just crossed the line, my friend.
What do you mean you're going to infiltrate my group?
Get
You're
ready. I'm gonna potsy your group.
Going to potsy my group.
Yeah.
Does that mean you're going to be available to answer questions while they ignore
Yeah.
your advice?
Are you gonna come with us to the bar
I
crawl
guess
and
I'm
just be
confused
like?
as to how you're going to potsy the group.
I think Lifecocky is going to have a really good year this year.
Yeah. I'm gonna get in there. We got some speaks.
All right, so we got to find out what Austin's doing, then we'll know what Matt's doing.
No, Austin and I are not. I really wanted this to be a whole like group thing,
And it
and
was.
John couldn't do it, and then I was like, dang, and then like, I
I
got
even mentioned taking you to the horse races that weekend, and you ignored it entirely.
You realize how difficult it is for us old people to all say yes at the same time?
Yeah.
And we did. For
You
you.
know how mean it is that you just don't even want to hang out with us?
Another person was like, "Hey, there are 18 weeks of NFL football. Could we find one that everyone's free?" And it was a challenge.
And yeah.
Remains one.
I don't know that we ever landed on a date.
Don't know that we did.
I mean, we could still do bowling.
I'm already planning on hosting again for the divisional round. So
Okay.
I'm throwing in for that.
Now I feel bad. I just thought it was like if John couldn't come, it
All
all
right.
fell through.
You just bailed. It's cool.
We would have
Have
liked
fun
some.
with Will Stein.
I don't think John would go if we were in John's front yard.
You don't think John would go bowling if it was in his front yard?
I'm not 100%.
John would not be happy if there was bowling in his
Yeah,
front
he
yard.
would not.
What was the date we all agreed to?
This Saturday, I believe.
Are you still available?
Yeah.
Josh, are you still available?
Probably.
But I have it on my calendar. It says bowling ? Question mark?
Are you available this Saturday?
I got to figure out.
All right. I will if you guys are all available and you all want to do this,
So you're now bailing on the other plans
Yes.
that you have?
the rumor mill is swirling that you and Merritt Beeson are going out on the town Saturday night.
We are not.
Whoa.
Nice.
Absolutely not.
She wishes. Am I right?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Okay, if we're all bowling, I'll go.
Intermedia mixing?
That's the crossover. Middays with Matt.
The celebration!
Coming up next here on the 6020 Zone Radio Network.
I need your help. I can't tell you what it is. You can never ask me about it later, and we're gonna hurt some people.
Whose car are we gonna take?
I have a lot of things I want to get off my chest.
That's an absolutely horse crap call.
Make room for Daddy! But they are who we thought they were, and we let them off the hook.
Chicago is.
We're doing it live. I'll write it.
This is Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Middays with Matt, live and rolling. 1620 The Zone Radio Network. Too many people walking in the studio. Right,
We're popular.
We're so
I
popular.
like that.
People really want to. It's like here's
People
how
want to
I
help us. People want to do things with us.
Here's how I describe it.
We
You're
wanna
like
go bowling.
you're the star quarterback of the high school team, and I'm your like friend, your funny friend from grade school that you've known your entire life. And like whenever you got to talk to the star quarterback from the high school team, his really funny friend he's known since he was 4 is around him. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
You're trying to take my Josh away from me.
It's one of those things where it's like, well, wherever Jake goes, Benny's got to follow him because Jake and Benny are inseparable, and Benny doesn't play sports. Benny's not the president of a club. Benny's not going to, Harvard or Yale or any of the top schools or anything like that. But Benny is best friends with Jake, and Jake's got a full ride to Fresno. He's
Incredibly detailed.
He's the belle of the ball. I could, you know what? Maybe in like a midlife crisis, I tried like writing a screenplay. Like I try writing a TV series, and I I go through Russillo. Isn't that what Russillo's trying to do right now?
Is he?
I think he is. I think that's why he
That's
signed
very
a deal
funny
with
to me.
Barstool, because he's really into screenplay writing and he really wants to get something off the ground. If he signed elsewhere, it wouldn't happen. Which, by the way, can I break your heart for a second?
Oh.
I was scrolling on Instagram today, and it was one of those sport questions of, in his time at Alabama, how many different head coaches were in the SEC for Nick Saban? For how long? During the time Nick Saban was at Alabama, which was, I believe, 16 years, if I'm not mistaken. It was 14 or 16 years. For that amount of time, how many different SEC coaches were in the league during his time?
A lot of people lost their job because of Nick Saban.
Now, I swear to you, I said an answer to my phone. Like it was Dora the Explorer. I said an answer, and I was one off. I was all over it. Can you guess real quick?
32.
72 different coaches.
Way off.
It was a lot of coaches. A lot of people answered actually in the range that you did. But you know who the first person to answer that question was? No. Tony Reale.
Stat boy.
Tony Reale was the first person that was asked this question. Do you know the Instagram channel that asked Tony Reale was on? You want to know the Instagram channel that I saw Tony Reale on answering that question?
Whoa. I got nothing.
Barstool Sports.
Really? See, that's what I thought the answer was going to be, but that just seems like a philosophical difference. And I understand Barstool isn't necessarily what it used to be, but still seems like there'd be philosophical differences there.
It just seems like he is the complete different. Like he's just not. I don't know, by the way, if he's officially signed with Barstool Sports. I don't know if that's a thing. He might have just appeared in one of their videos.
Sure.
But if he ends up officially making the move to Barstool, it would just be a completely different type of place or type of hire. But maybe they try and do Around the Horn with Barstool Sports. Like it's a Around the Horn, and it's like Tony Reale doing like a kind of web Around the Horn show, and they sponsor it through Barstool Sports. I actually think that would do really, really well.
He's doing this thing right now on his social media where like, hey, do you think you're an expert on the Houston Texans? Do you think you're an expert on the 1992 college football season? I will one day randomly call you and ask you questions about it. Not like trying to quiz, not like trying to gotcha or anything like that, but just like, what do you find interesting about the history?
That is
of-
actually a great bit.
Yeah, and every day it's one a day. It's different. It's like 5 minutes.
So one day all of a sudden Tony Reale is going to call Josh Odson about the 2005 Tennessee Titans.
Oh, I could tell you all sorts of things about the 2005 Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, as he quickly types it into his computer.
As long as you give me about 30 seconds to kind of get in the right state of mind.
That's a great question.
4-12. What a season for Jeff Fisher at the Coliseum.
If Tony Reale were to call you about something you could expertly explain to him, what would Tony Reale be calling you about?
Kyle Vanden Bosch.
Probably Zion's draft. If he was calling, that would have been the 2016 or 2018 NBA draft. When did Zion Williamson get drafted?
Great question.
Zion Williamson.
Titans
draft.
went 4-12 in 2005, and 2 of those wins were against the Houston Texans.
Who was their leading rusher that year?
Maybe Steve McNair. There's not a lot of info on the wiki here.
If he were to ask me about one topic, it would be the 2018 NBA draft. In particular, how they rigged the lottery for Zion to go to New Orleans, RJ Barrett to go to New York, and the Grizzlies could get Ja Morant, which all 3 of those top 3 picks have ended up being a disaster in some way, shape, or form for all those teams. Barrett got traded to the Raptors. Grizzlies just traded Morant to Portland, and Zion Williamson has barely played in his career and has still, to this point, has had weight conversations and injury conversations his entire career.
Chris Brown was the leading rusher for the Tennessee Titans in 2005. You want to know how many yards he ran for?
How many yards did he run for?
851. The team as
That's
a whole ran for 1,525
That is
yards.
not true. That is not true. That is such a low total. They ran for less than 100 yards per game.
Pro Football Reference.
My goodness.
I don't think I'm reading it wrong. It is possible.
Lowest total rushing total teams NFL history. Lowest team rushing total since 2000 according to StatMuse. Oh, this is like since 2000. Funny enough, the Tennessee Titans have the 24th lowest rushing total since 2000. Lowest NFL lowest rushing yards per game NFL history. Does it tell you? No, it doesn't tell you. You need to be more ultra specific. By the way, looking through this, not to be a Bill Simmons summer segment here, but DeAndre Hunter ended up fine player for Atlanta. Darius Garland ended up getting traded for James Harden to the Clippers. Jarrett Culver was a bust after his awesome run to the national championship game against Virginia with Texas Tech. Kobe White ended up getting traded to the Charlotte Hornets. Jackson Hayes has had a very nomadic and just traveling career. Roy Hachimura, who was drafted by the Wizards, ended up having a very mid-career with the Lakers. Cam Reddish, God knows where he is. Cam Johnson, same thing. PJ Washington had some off the field, he had, or was it Miles? I forget. Tyler Hero ended up getting traded to Milwaukee. Romeo Langford, is he still in the lead? So, do you remember Sekou Doumbia?
I do not.
God.
Not to ping pong back and forth for the audience.
Yeah, but what about the Titans?
The lowest rushing yards in a 16-game season, parentheses, modern era, a pair of teams in 2000. The 2000 San Diego at the time, Chargers, ran for 1,062 yards that season.
Jeez.
The 2000 Cleveland Browns ran for 1,085 yards.
Okay. So they're 500 clear of those. 1,500 total yards is absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
I've had multiple running backs in that same era just do that in one season. So there you go. That's a great question. If Tony Reale were to text you about one sport thing you can be an expert on, what would he call you about? I don't know if there's a specific season I could tie myself to, because I've always just been I've always been tied to multiple seasons at once. You know, I've always had to worry. I've never truly been like the know-it-all about one specific season in my life. because it's like while the Bears are playing, so are the Bulls. And when the Bulls are playing, so are the Hawks.
Maybe the 2026, 2027 Nebraska Cornhuskers will
Maybe.
be the team you're an expert on.
The Athletic wrote an article today, and it was the 25 most interesting people in all of college football this season. It was a very well-written article, and it went through a bunch of different storylines, both off the field, both on the field. It had to do with, some transfer drama, which included guys like Darian Mensah and Damon Williams. Mensah going from Duke to Miami, and despite the fact that Duke sued him for a breach of contract, Damon Williams obviously wanted to go to LSU to be Lane Kiffin's quarterback. He ended up having to tuck his tail between his legs and go back to Washington, right? And then there's kind of like the on-the-field storylines where can Kurt Cignetti, can he do it again? Can CJ Carr, can he rise up to the level in which Notre Dame thinks he can believe to, right? You have a mixture of both where some people think Trinidad Chambliss is frankly just the best quarterback in all of college football, and he's a guy that, frankly, a lot of people didn't know if he was going to play this season. Ryan Coleman Williams was on the list. He's trying to get back from a very down season. He had a weird season with a lot of drops he had last year. So it was a very well-written article with a lot of interesting people. Lane Kiffin was kind of the top one on the list in terms of most interesting people in college football. And I'm reading the article, and I was thinking to myself, man, I feel like Matt Rule could be on this list. I feel like Matt Rule could fit the mold of most interesting, guy with most interesting storyline heading, or one of the 25 most interesting storylines heading into Nebraska season. So this is what I did. I pretended I was a writer at The Athletic, and I wrote,
good bit.
I wrote what I think would be Rule's case / description if he was one of the more interesting characters of college football heading into next season. So I will read that. I did put a lot of thought into this in terms of how would you case it out, but it's a lot of the facts that we know, right? Like they've won 3. They didn't get their year 3 bump last year, right? We all, year 3 bump. That didn't happen. They've improved their win total each of the last 3 seasons, 5-7, 6-6, 7-5. They head into this season where it's a more difficult schedule, that the possibilities of them ending 5-7 or 6-6 are very much out there, which would indicate a step backward. But you have the contract extension from the middle of last season that would make it very difficult for Nebraska to move off of Matt Rule at the end of this year, if that were to even be an option. And so this year is really like the fork in the road for Matt Rule in terms of you can either relieve a lot of pressure on how people feel about your current administration and how they currently feel about your era, or that pressure is only going to intensify or maybe even calcify if you were to not reach those expectations. Because let's be frank here, I know that it was a mess they had to clean up when they first got to Nebraska, but they've had 4 years now to bring in their people, both from a coaching perspective, from a support perspective, and from a player perspective. They've had their time to develop these players, and player development has been a big emphasis, or was a big emphasis when they hired Matt Rule in year 1. Matt Rule has had a lot of time to get Nebraska to the point where they can be competing, closer to the Iowas and the Washingtons and the Illinois and kind of that upper to middle tier of the Big Ten. It's getting to go time for Matt Rule. And I think that makes him, I think there's a compelling argument for him and his storyline heading into this season to be a part of the 25, more interesting storylines heading into college football. So I wrote it. I'm not a writer, but I feel like I did a pretty decent job. We'll read that at some point during the show. We'll have Steve Sipple join us at 11 o'clock today. We will also talk about what the hell is going on in college sports.
That is a big, sprawling topic.
Temporary restraining orders, injunctions, lawsuits in different states, NFL training camp signees who are now trying to get back into college football. You have Colorado's injunction. You have Ohio's injunction that was put a pause on. Now Louisiana has theirs, and they're trying to get multiple NFL players, guys who sign NFL contracts back into college football. You have the California temporary restraining order. It's just all this crap is going on. And while all this is happening, you have all of these different college basketball players entering the portal, committing to teams, getting ready to play their 5th season of college. It's a mess. It's a mess. It's an absolute mess right now. And it's only going to get messier because even when more of these rulings happen and the appeals come back, there's going to be more lawsuits. It's just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I'm going to do my best to try and explain it. I spent a lot of time, too much time, this morning reading all there is to read about what the hell is actually going on. Time that honestly I would have much rather have spent reading about college football teams and how they might actually perform this year, and whether or not they'll go above or go below their expectations. I would have loved to have spent more time, getting ready to recognize, hey, how is the SEC going to be this year? How the Big Ten is going to be this year? But instead, because this is just such a mess and in college sports is run by a bunch of dummies, that we now have to deal with this. And it's a never ending cycle. And yet what always hangs me up about the College Sports Act is that, yes, it puts some guardrails on college sports, right? It eliminates a lot of the headaches and a lot of the confusion that happens, and really would eliminate a lot of these lawsuits and would give more authority to the NCAA. The problem is you're giving authority to the people who clearly have proven over the last decade that they don't know what they're doing and they can't be trusted with power. That's my issue. It's you're giving all of the power back to the people who screwed this entire thing up in the first place and couldn't manage a target. I mean that's what we're doing here. So once again, the NCAA had an opportunity to make this a lot easier. And if they introduce this, before the end of the college football season, before the end of the football transfer portal, before the end of the basketball season, and before the end of the basketball transfer portal, and just simply said, you know what, to avoid the headache, we're just going to go ahead and say 2022 athletes, you're good. You're fine. You get an extra year. Sorry to the 2026 high school class, but this is probably maybe just the easiest way, the path of least resistance at this point, and we're just going to go ahead with it. And instead, they decided to introduce this way too late in the process. They decided to introduce this and say, no, we're not going to grandfather them in. They assumed that, they had to assume people are going to sue, and unfortunately, they thought they could win, and clearly they didn't. Now, the appeal of the main court case is going to come back in the next couple of days. The ones that happened in Colorado, Wisney versus the NCAA. That was the original court case. If they're able to win that appeal and reverse that ruling, then there is the potential that none of this will matter anyway. But we shall see. We shall see. It's all a mess. It's all a complete mess. So Steve Sipple, who will join us at 11 o'clock. Lauren Michelson will join us here at 1:20 from KETV. We'll also give out some congratulations that we meant to give out to a little bit ago, a couple of days ago, but congratulations are in order. So we'll give that out at a certain point during the show today. We'll also continue our training camp updates. Josh Odson has picked two teams we haven't done yet on our training camp updates. Both of them very interesting franchises in terms of what they accomplished last year and what they're trying to accomplish this year. The third team that Josh Hodson picked, we already did do a training camp update with, but they have suffered more injuries and it's affecting their depth chart. And so we'll get back to that team, and we'll also go over some more news that's happening around the NFL. Vita Vea, the defensive tackle for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who has been holding in. I don't believe we've had any holdouts this year. We've had late free agency signings with Stephon Diggs going to the Washington Commanders, but the age of holdouts might be over.
You got to hold in.
It's just super expensive to get fined and miss all these practices. It's also a bad look too if you're just not in the building at all where if you're a player and you're in the meetings and you're around your teammates, you could probably get a little bit more sympathy because you're like, dude, I just want them to pay me what I'm worth. Vita Vea does not get the long-term extension that he was looking for, but in the short term, a 1-year, $30 million deal will put the just dominant defensive tackle back in the trenches for the Buccaneers. Very few players in the NFL like Vita Vea. The only one that really comes to mind immediately in terms of just his impact, his size, and his stoutness inside the interior defensive line is like a Dexter Lawrence, Sexy Dexy, which I still think that was such a savvy trade by the Cincinnati Bengals to go and get a guy like that for the 10th overall pick in the draft. But like those guys are very few guys like that where you can just put them in the middle of the fray and hey, we're going to be okay. We're going to be more than okay in terms of what our run defense is going to look like. So really, really good retention there by the Buccaneers. We're going to do buy, sell, hold, or bet today. We have two very interesting teams that we'll talk about today. Kansas and Wisconsin. We did the athletic coaching tiers yesterday, which listening to more people talk about it and reading tweets about it, a lot of people were kind of on our train where they didn't really agree with, of where some of these people were put. I would have been fine with the article if it actually had more tiers, because it's just like I felt like there were tiers to their tiers. Like there were tiers within their tiers. And if you're making a tiers list, there should not be tiers within the tiers. It should just be all separate tiers. That's my problem with tiers. I was just trying to say that word.
You said, it lost all meaning by the end.
Luke Fickell and Lance Leipold were not in the same tier in that coach's poll written by Chris Vanini yesterday. Leipold was a tier 3 coach, Fickell a tier 4 coach, with Matt Rule, who's in the same tier as Luke Fickell. So we will talk about both the Kansas Jayhawks and Wisconsin Badgers, two very important seasons for both of those football programs. We'll also dive a little bit into some PFF stats today. I found what I would call a vanilla stat about Nebraska and their offensive line earlier this morning in terms of something that they haven't accomplished in 25 years, which is quite startling considering the history of Nebraska offensive linemen. And then I thought it was time to let's look at the numbers. Facts don't care about your feelings, okay? And neither do stats. So we will look at some advanced stats today to compare and contrast what is quickly becoming one of the more talked about battles in all of camp. It's Tree Babalade versus Gunnar Gattulo. What does Pro Football Focus have to say about the game-by-game analysis of these two different players throughout the year? We'll compare, we'll contrast the numbers. At the same time, it might just matter about who's on a bike and who's killing it at practice. And I think we're getting a very clear image and clear statement as to who's doing what at those practices. So we'll have more of those conversations and a lot more to come here on Middays with Matt, as I confirm in with Steve Sipple that we should be still good to go.
He's a busy guy.
Well, you always have to check in with Sip. You have to check in. There's a lot of, like you said, he's a very busy guy, very, very busy man who gives us great information and has phenomenal opinions on what is happening in and around Husker football. We might ask him some macro college football questions as well. I think I just might ask him, do you keep up with this stuff? And I think he's going to respond with, it changes so much. Why would I?
I would like to hear his response to that. Like, do you?
I think
to some extent he has to, but I'm also sure he's like, it moves too fast for me.
Yeah, and I think that I'm a young whippersnapper. I've
heard that about you.
I can keep up with it. I'm fine with reading all this stuff because part of me too is like I'm curious. And I also do think like there is a service part of that where it's like my job is to inform the audience, and some people might say something at a bar, and I would like these audience members that listen to us or at a restaurant or at a family party or at a gathering with friends. They might say something about what's going on in college sports, and the listeners of this program will be able to tell hey, this is what's actually going on. So we'll have all those conversations and more coming up next here on Middays with Matt.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
We welcome in one of our favorite conversations. I love calling this a conversation, by the way, because some interviews are interviews. This is not as much an interview as it is just me and this next guest talking out our thoughts and our ideas about Husker football on the air. We are joined by Husker Online and On3's very own Stephen M. Sipple. Sip, how are you?
Matt, I'm doing fine. And how are you doing?
I'm doing very, very well. Weather has been kind of where I like it to be. Been getting some workouts in, getting the fitness up a little bit. We're closer to college football season. I'm on the up and up, Steve. I feel great about it.
That sounds good. That's a good report.
You just got to keep a positive mindset. We're just trying to keep a positive mindset right now. Hey, kudos to you. I very much enjoyed your article about Gunnar Gatula and Tree Babalade to the point where we're going to do a segment on it today. So thank you for your great writing. It was a very nice article with some good Gibson Pyle stuff in there too.
I laugh because I wrote that in about 15 minutes.
You're the worst. You did. It was good speed writing.
I don't think it's an example of good writing, but it was speed writing, certainly.
What?
But
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Writing is in the eye of the beholder, I suppose. Yeah.
Well, I'm saying it just kind of sparked an idea that I have today that we're going to kind of dive in a little bit into the Babalade, Gunnar Gatula, battle. And I'll lead off with this first question to you. I mean, do you think this is kind of the story of fall camp right now, that we believed heading into it that, the starters were the starters on the offensive line, and these three O linemen were going to come in with Mubenga and Babalade and Black, and we just paired up with the holdovers and Evans and Pritchett, and then now you have Gatula fighting back for his spot. Do you think this has been the story of the fall camp so far?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't speak to a lot of juicy stories in fall camp.
Sure.
Because there hasn't. If this is it, then I would say this. If this is it, it's a good deal for Matt Rule, because it's been a relatively quiet camp. But it's a good story for, it's just at the risk of sounding maudlin. It is a story of perseverance, for certainly in Gunnar's case. Yeah, I mean, the new offensive line coach at one point said the words, "We brought in 3 starters."
Yeah.
And what I keep saying over and over is Gunnar apparently didn't get that memo. So Gunnar kept pushing, and yeah, I think they're probably even terms before uneven terms, like 50-50 snaps type thing in recent days. And then Babalade didn't practice on Tuesday. So, I mean, it's a tough situation for Tree Babalade. He's on a bike. We saw it because we did see Tuesday. The media did see Tuesday's practice, or a portion of it, 25 minutes of it. And there he is. Babalade's on a bike, a stationary bike. He did have his helmet and pads. He was dressed out, but he's on a bike, and Gunner's with the one.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not an easy situation for a player. I wouldn't think. Kids are different these days. Maybe it's not that hard. But I would think it would be tough.
Do you read into at all the compare and contrast of Rule at the podium in year 1 to Rule at the podium in year 4 after a scrimmage?
Yeah, I definitely read it.
What do you read, Steve? Is it speed writing?
I don't know. I don't characterize it in like good or bad, but yeah, I read into it and it's different. I mean, I don't know. It could be as simple as he gets tired of people using his words against him. There's rules again.
Yeah. I think that's a great observation, Steve.
Yeah, I think it becomes that largely. I do. That's why. I mean, people do use his words against him.
Yes.
I think if you think about it too, like Damon Benning's doing like the interviews with the players. Rule used to do that.
Yeah.
You know, I think if Rule did that now, there'd be a lot of, what are you doing walking and talking with your players? You need to like get this program in shape, you know? And I don't even know if that's fair, but that's what you hear.
Sure.
In fact, it's not fair. Like I would say it's unfair in that a head coach doesn't have to be at his desk in front of his computer 18 hours a day trying to devise ways to beat Ohio. I mean, it's not, you know, he could do the walk and talk like remember he used to do the walk and talk?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, he did it with Elza, you know, and they would walk through the nutrition area and show off, you know, all the different things going on. That was his thing.
Yeah, and he'd walk and talk with players.
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Now Damon's doing it. And I think it's some of it, I don't know. They probably never admit it, but I think it's some of that is people do use that against him.
Yes.
So don't do it. I'm not going to do it.
Okay.
Well, it also could be I'm being coached not to do it. You know, I'm being told by like he has like mentors. It's very possible that a mentor told him, look, let's not do that this year. You know, and let's dial everything back. But I get it. And again, I don't think it's bad. I just think it is what it is. The only bad part I can see about it, or like anything that would be anything I could say that would be characterized as criticism would be, you kind of prefer a coach that's the same all the time. You know, that's not big variances. And what we're seeing right now is a major variance. Like God, he was incredible. I mean, I used to tell everybody I knew, not everybody, because most people I know don't care about what I do. But the people who did care, I'd say, God dang, it's incredible having a head coach like Rule, because he just fills your notebook. You come back and you got columns, write 3 columns a week. You got 3 columns sitting right there. It's not like that right now. I mean, you got to work. You got to work a little harder.
It was. I was there with you, Steve. It was fun. It was a great time. We were there, and first it was in the North Concourse, right? And then you know, very briefly you're up in the press box at Memorial, and then it just very quickly turned into where it is now, the Hawks Championship Center, and they were great. It was a good time. It was just so much information, so much to take in, and now it's just very quick and simple answers. I came up with this thought during your comments, right, about his words being used against him. Do you think maybe there's a disconnect between the fan base and Coach Rule in the regard that the fan base says, hey, do the talking after the win, after you win, and after you start winning, and after you start competing in the Big Ten, that's when you do the talking. And Rule was of the belief of, no, I want to expose this program right away. I want to get out ahead of this stuff. I want to put this program in national lights like Pat McAfee even before the wins start to come. Do you think this kind of cause of him not doing that stuff is a cause of a disconnect between the views of how the program should be portrayed on a national stage?
Definitely could be. I mean, some of this is unfair to Rule, because they have won. They've won at a higher rate than the previous. The coach exceeded. I do get that. I do think that Rule is frustrated sometimes by the narrative, like the narrative that he hears.
Yeah,
because he has won at a higher rate. They weren't going to bowl games for 8 straight years, and now they've gone to 2. You can't in one breath say, "Yes, come on, stick with the bottom line business." Well, the bottom line's better. I mean, it is better. It's not where it's, we've had this conversation. It's very simple. It's sort of easy to assess in this sense. It is better. It's just not as good as people want it. Now, here's a new year and a chance for, the essence of the conversation now is it's year 4. And now you do expect more. You
Sure.
should expect more. You should expect more in year 4, especially in this day and age where programs turn around pretty quick. A lot of them do anyway. So that's where we're at. I mean, I think it's kind of easy to size up.
I do think that you can make the argument for a gray area between, has Nebraska's full potential under Matt Rule been reached? Probably not. Is it better than what it was when he first got here? Has there been undeniable progress from where you were to where you are? Absolutely. I think that you're in that gray area, which is why you're kind of describing a fork in the road this season in year 4. Is that kind of, would you say that?
Maybe not quite that
Okay.
drastic as fork in the road, but certainly you're looking with more of a discerning eye now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not so much like the whole feel good thing is out the window. That happened.
Sure.
We've talked about this a lot, and it's true. What happened last year, the end of last year, has really impacted the overall conversation. Now, it doesn't get brought up, those 3 losses, as much now, and it shouldn't. But that really, really, really impacted this conversation. I mean, it just, to get the door slammed in your face 3 straight times, oh, man. I mean, like, it's one thing for a sales guy to get turned down, but to get just, like, kind of humiliated and getting turned down, then it affects you. So it's affected the way we looked at this profoundly. And you can't run from that.
No.
You know, as anybody involved, you can't run from what happened in Vegas. You can't run from what happened in State College. You can't run from what happened in Lincoln against Iowa. They happen. And now, you know, you kind of got to answer to it and try to make sure it doesn't happen again.
What I find profound is that the excuse was embedded in those last couple of games with not having your starting quarterback. And those losses were still so bad to the point where even that wasn't enough to explain it.
Oh, don't get me started on that. I mean, if you want to hear ugly, simple, start. What drives me nuts right now is the people who say, "Sip, man, if they would have beat USC had they had Dylan," then in the next breath they'll tell you how badly Dylan sucked.
Yeah.
Like, wait a second, you can't have it. You can't have it both ways in that argument.
No.
Yeah, if they don't lose Dylan, they might lose, or they might win a couple games down the stretch. Oh, okay. Now we're going to do that. He's so bad and he was so detrimental, but he could have maybe changed the conversation. No. Which is it?
Well, yeah, I think you can. You could make the argument though. If Dylan doesn't get hurt, they get to 8, but they still lose the way that they lost. Which then you're definitely in the conundrum of, okay, how do you evaluate things, especially considering the fact that Dylan's still probably gone, even if they beat USC, and if he plays the last part of the season. I mean, now we're getting into hypotheticals that I don't love, but that's those arguments can be made. But you're right, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't. You can't.
It's an interesting hypothetical, though. It is an interesting hypothetical. Like, I get it. What if they had it? What would it look like at Penn State? What would it look like in Iowa?
They still lose. They still lose. But is the morale the same? And where is he? He's still, once again, I still think he's probably gone, even if he doesn't get hurt. But who knows? Who knows, right? Who knows? And we're at the point where that doesn't matter anymore. He is gone. New era. We're moving on. All that type of stuff. The vibe, are you getting any sort of vibe around Calandria and just how that is progressing and, just him in the offense and Dana's excitement or Dana's kind of view of what this offense can look like?
Yeah, I've got the vibe. I think Calandria has had a good camp. I have to, it's my job to figure out as much as I can. And, I know people who have eyes on practices, and yeah, it sounds like the starting core. I mean, he's the starter. He's done nothing to, there's no threat to Calandria. I'd say he's had a good camp.
Okay.
He's just what you expect. He's just what you hear. He's a risk taker. He's a good, the gunslinger. That's what he is. That's what he has been in camp. Takes risks, throws it downfield, and sometimes it's really good. And there's, sometimes it's not. So, but he's, I think that the energy component is really a real factor over there. It helps. I've said that from the moment they got him, that I think that's useful here. I think the excitement factor is, what's the other conversation? Ticket problems. They're maybe having a little trouble selling tickets.
Yeah.
Well, a guy like that, if he comes out against Ohio and looks exciting and looks clean and clean turnover wise, and you might not have trouble with it from that point on.
Yeah.
As long as it keeps winning and as long as he's making plays, he gives you an element that was lacking, and that's a positive.
I have two good questions for you, but do you want to talk about the tickets at all? Do you want to have that convo?
I don't mind.
I mean, it's one of those things where we'll see what happens with it. But do you think and I'm not just saying from a rule and football perspective, I'm saying from a holistic macro athletic department perspective, do you think there's more pressure on this season because of the fact that they have pulled out a ton of stops to sell these tickets, to generate revenue, to keep the sellout streak alive? And it probably will be harder to do next year if they once again don't meet or exceed expectations?
I hope that the sitting head coach doesn't feel that, because it's not on him. It's not all on him.
Sure.
It's not even close to all on him.
I agree with that.
A lot of the issues that we're talking about predated him by
years and years.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Right. We've been, even when you talk about Pelini had a, what was his winning percentage? 71%, something like that.
Yeah,
69.
Yeah.
But how often did they fail miserably in big games, get blown out, doors blown off? What Bo's tenure is, what characterizes it in my mind always is the roller coaster nature of it. It was incredibly up and down. There was a lot of ups, and it was he had a good overall record, but man, there were some rough moments, real rough. And that took a toll. Then, the Riley era took a heavy toll, on the fan base. So I don't mind talking about it because it's easy to understand. It's happened organically, It's just kind of natural. It's just bubbled up naturally through many rough losses, including a lot of losses at home.
Yeah.
So that's where we're at, and I fully understand it. But I don't. I think it would be unfair to pin it on Rule and Bannon. But that's
Well, I don't know. I'm not saying pin it. I'm not saying pin it at all. I couldn't agree more. Yeah, it's not their fault this is happening.
No, they got to deal with it though.
Yeah, that's what I'm at. Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
Now, hold on though. I got to make sure I present this accurately. I don't think the head coach has to deal with. That's not something the head coach should have to deal with.
I agree.
The AD does. The AD does. I don't like to do that to that's not really his job to sell tickets.
I agree.
I
agree. But I do think, once again, though, I think there is something to be said about the pressure that is on them, right, to sell these tickets and all the things that they are doing. And the easiest way to make sure that you don't have these problems next year is you win games, and you create a product that you don't have to put a concert after a game after for people to buy the tickets, right? You just want to see them play. That's the easiest way to figure all that out. It's
no doubt about that.
It's an interesting question, a conversation to have, but I couldn't agree with you more. It ain't a rule problem. Real quick, I read this stat. Last question for you. I read this stat from your colleague Sean Callahan, your coworker from Husker Online and On3. That Nebraska has not had an All-American offensive lineman since 2001. Knowing the history of this football program, how profound and shocking of a stat is that to you?
It would be to the the person who doesn't follow it. It's not shocking to me because I know it. I knew it.
Sure.
But
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
I've lived it. I mean, it is remarkable.
It is.
I mean, I do benefit from age. I really do. It helps me understand things at a much higher level than I mean, not than you, but than people who don't follow it closely. I followed it closely for 30 years. I mean, I had to. I wasn't even a big football fan when I started doing it. But here's the deal. I saw, see, this is the thing that I struggle with all the time. I covered Nebraska when it was Ohio State, when it was Alabama. I saw what it looked like. And that's a problem now because it doesn't look anything like it. And that's something that's now benefits me because I know what it has to look like.
Sure.
And Matt Rule would be, I mean, Matt Rule's 51 years old. I don't think he would be offended by me saying that because he knows what championship teams look like. Nebraska I covered it when it was a machine. It was Ohio State. You know, it was crazy what they had on defense and offense. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes it's hard for me to reconcile that in my brain, and it goes back to your question. Yeah, Tony Finoti. It's hard to imagine them having a Finoti right now. I haven't seen a Finoti walk through the door for a quarter century. You know, I mean, I haven't.
Yeah.
Because there hasn't been one.
Yeah.
I know what it looks like.
Yeah.
You know, I know what it looks like to have a center like Dom Raiola. You know, he was an All-American. Holstein. I mean, I have vivid memories of walking over there in August during camp and seeing that line up. You know, just see them line up, and it was sort of awe-inspiring. Like, oh God! And Crouch is behind center, and they got two big running backs, and it was just a kind of an amazing thing to watch. And, you know, you just wonder if I hope they can get back to that.
Yeah. Now that sounds like Notre Dame. I remember seeing Notre Dame play Northwestern one year back home. And you'd see the Notre Dame offensive line. When they got on the field, they would all stand up straight, and they are towering over a Northwestern defensive line, a Big Ten defensive line. You go, God dang, you know, you're like, wow, that's what it looks like.
Great example. Notre Dame's like that right now.
Yeah.
They have probably the best offensive line in the country. They're all back, and they got 9 starters back on defense. That's why I bet if you went to Notre Dame's practice, you'd go, oh boy.
There's Leonard Moore. There's Christian Gray. That's what top defensive backs look like, you know. And then they got running backs that you never heard of that are probably going to be drafted. Like that's the program they're running over there. And I think Freeman's doing a phenomenal job. Talk about a guy who took a role that is very hard to elevate and seems like he's on the way to elevating it. I don't think that it gets talked about enough what he's doing over there. Seriously.
I think a program like that should give Nebraska hope, actually, that they can get a Jeremiah Love again or whoever that back was really good. But, yeah, you can still do it. You can still do it.
All right, Sip, you're the best, man. These are always fun. Appreciate you as always, and we'll talk to you soon, all right?
All right.
See you. I like how he ends it. You never know how he's going to end it. All right. But then sometimes he goes, hey, I really enjoyed this. These are great.
I like when he throws in a God bless.
God bless.
God bless.
Kenneth goes, Christian Gray, probably the 6th best DB on the roster. LOL. They're absolutely loaded. Kenneth, by the way, isn't saying that to be mean to me. He's saying that to prove the point of that defensive back room is insane. And Christian Gray has been I think he's, Kenneth, correct me if I'm wrong, I think he's been the longest standing DB on that roster. I feel like Gray has been there for quite a while on that team. I think he was lining up next to Julian Love, maybe? I don't know. I forget. He was lined up next to a really good Notre Dame defensive back a couple seasons ago.
Andy's having all that kinky sex and
what?
Girl.
What?
Christian Gray.
What
From the 50 Shades of Grey.
God.
That's the guy's name. Amazing that he had eligibility left.
I never followed any of that stuff.
He's a billionaire. I don't know if you knew this.
Ben Morrison. That's who it was. Thank you, Kenneth, for reminding me. Kenneth is a good diehard fan. I never. Yeah. Did you read 50 Shades of Grey?
No.
Did you see the movie?
Yeah,
Oh wow, you saw it?
I've seen all three.
Oh, okay.
They are
Terrible.
horrible,
Was
and because of that, hilarious.
wasn't one of them like recently? Oh, Reaver.
Reaver.
Caden
I
Regen.
did the Leo.
Reaver. Oh my God, he's got a scrape. You got to fix that up.
Oh
Caden.
no, Caden. He's a tough guy. He
Oh,
can take
where's
it.
the bullseye blowers coming? Oh my goodness!
Baseball starts in 15 minutes.
At that bullseye blower.
We will not be talking about the bullseye blower.
That'll get you fired up on a Thursday here. 16-20 the zone.
Now back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Welcome to the 1620 Zone Radio Network. You're listening to Middays with Matt, the only radio show here on the station who does their own lot, all right? We do our own lot, all right? We get a snow plow on, two-tone, Chevy Silverado, plow on the front, two lights. We do our own lot here.
We take great pride.
Great pride in doing our own lot. We're referring to an Instagram video that is going viral of a Chicago man just screaming over and over again how we do our own lot. We plow our own lot here.
I watched a movie with Dennis Farina in it over the weekend, and I thought of you.
Is that a Chicago actor I'm supposed to know? Yeah.
I mean, you're not supposed to know him.
Yeah, I'm really bad at that stuff. Like, look in the producer studio right now as Connor Happer was just very lowly. He's infiltrated the show. He's now playing with the chair in the back, and he's spinning around like a little kid. He looks like Andy Sandberg in that one SNL skit we watched today with Charles Barkley as he's just spinning around. I wish the camera could see him in the background. That's very, very funny. As now he's just...
We got to put a camera in there.
Yeah, seriously. Let's put the studio camera on.
I really wish that worked.
What?
That micro, like...
Well, we told them we don't
Good luck
feel
with
the
that,
need
that
to
one,
use
Dan.
it, and they said, okay, we don't feel the need to wire it.
I wish we should wire it.
We should have just what's with the station and not lying? We should have just lied. Sometimes we just need to lie here sometimes and say, yeah, maybe we don't honestly need some things, but just lie and say, yeah, we do. Actually wire that up. And
What's the harm in it? Yeah, let's just wire it up. You know,
because if we tell them, hey, don't do that work, what do you think they're going to do? Say,
I just think it would be so funny comedically if we just put somebody in that room, you know, and they had to talk from that room.
But you said words like 3 words once every 2 hours. Like you forget that they were there and they just pipe in and then
that's right, Dan.
Honestly, Joey would be perfect for Middays with Matt if we just put Joey in the back of that studio.
Joey would be cooking graphics in that room.
Oh my God.
Just nonstop.
What we should do is we should put Joey in that room, and every time he makes a graphic, he should print it and then put it on the back wall. And then you can just see all of the graphics that Joey has concocted in that back.
Pretty good
wall.
Museum.
We definitely do have some decorating to do in here.
We do.
There's no doubt about
that. A museum of Colbert. Where would that rank in your favorite museum segment that you did recently?
It'd be probably 3rd tier. I'd be interested, but
would go one time.
Yeah. I'm not sure what
is that. How your tiers worked on museum? A one-time museum is a 3rd tier museum.
It was. I think the 2nd tier was called Hell Yeah, and the 3rd tier was called Hell Yeah. But the 3rd tier, I hadn't been to any of them.
Are you a big museum guy?
I like museums.
Yeah.
I don't.
Interesting.
We don't have a lot of museums.
Is that like people who like Maction? Like I like the idea of Maction, but I never dabble in it.
Totally.
Probably, but we don't have a lot of museums.
I do think that Connor though is a guy who probably watches 1 to 2 Maction games a year, maybe 1. Just like maybe you would go to a museum or 2 if you were on vacation. I could
probably
that way.
Been to more Maction games than I've watched.
That's what Maction games have you been to?
I've been to some Maction games.
That's pretty sick
over the years.
Ypsilanti.
Yeah,
I've never been to one Maction game.
Man, you gotta go check out Ypsilanti.
I lived an hour away from a Mac school.
Mm-hmm.
I was not far away from DeKalb, Illinois.
Never stopped by DeKalb.
I never stopped by DeKalb, where they do their own lot over there in DeKalb.
Over there,
they do their own lots.
I mean, we could get you to a Maction game this year.
You know what?
They're in the region. They're now from sea to shining sea almost.
Yeah. I am a part of the people who just I don't watch Maction. I don't need to pretend that I watch Maction. I'm actually entirely okay with there being a Tuesday and Wednesday without
Northern
football.
Illinois. Your boys are no longer in the
Mac. That makes it harder.
Mountain
West.
Mountain West.
Yeah.
Where'd they go?
Mountain West.
North Dakota State's in the Mountain West this year. That's all I kind of
Could we use this as an excuse to go to California?
I would just like an excuse to go anywhere other than Chicago.
How about we go to the North Dakota State Sacramento State game?
That's like early, isn't it?
September 19th.
Yeah.
You want to go to Sacramento?
Yeah.
Is Sacramento a good town to go to? Have
Probably.
you been to Sacramento?
I've not been to Sacramento.
Or would you like to go later in the year?
Creighton
go to a
had
Sacramento
a famous NCAA tournament loss in
Can we
Sacramento.
go to San Diego? I've already been to San Diego, and
It's
I
not
know
a
what the
MAC
feats.
team then.
Let's go to a Mountain West game. Let's go to San Diego State. I went to San Diego. It was one of the best places I've ever been to.
I would love San Diego is a place that is high on my list.
San Diego was awesome. I was mad that I did it when I was like 13. I was like 13 or 14. But it was
there's a lot of those places where you go to when you're a kid and you haven't actually been there.
But
like I haven't actually been to Philadelphia.
I was going into.
I went when I was 12, but I haven't been there.
Sure. Well, Boston's the same way. Where I went to Boston when I was like 5, and we did the Freedom Trail.
Yeah, you haven't been to Boston.
And we went to a Red Sox game, and I get to claim I went to Fenway Park, but I haven't been to Fenway Park. Like I've been there.
Get that one.
But if I were to go there, I don't remember anything of how it's laid out or what I ate or what was walking around
okay.
like.
I don't know what's different about it, but like if you go to a town and you say you've been to a town and you know about a town, you've experienced the town, right?
Sure.
The ballpark is you go to a baseball game.
You're just there.
Yeah,
so,
I
agree.
I mean, so you get to count that.
I know I get to claim it, but it's one of those things where me personally, it's just a little bit like I would never be like, oh, I've already been to Fenway Park. I don't want to go back.
Oh yeah. You got to go back.
I got to go back because I didn't really get to experience.
I went there like 4 years ago and I'd like to go back.
My point being though, to your point where it's like, you're too young to like actually have been to that place. I was very young when I went to San Diego and it was still so great that I recognize how awesome it was.
That September 19th date, San Diego State hosts James Madison.
Wow.
Would you like to go?
I would love to go
as a group.
Who's
it's on the CW.
Who's Bob's?
Oh, is Brenneman on the call?
Probably. Got to be careful out there.
Who is the next Signetti / Chesney? Who is that guy?
No idea.
Is it Billy Napier?
Oh, it is Billy Napier.
It's Billy Napier.
So he is not the next Chesney.
What did you think of the athletic coaching tiers article?
I disagreed with a lot of it.
Yeah, I feel like that is the consensus. I knew
that what would happen when we brought it up on the show, which was me and Schaefer would argue about James Franklin, and they worked.
Yeah. Well, he's very high on Franklin.
Correct.
Yeah, and you're very much like,
why is he in the same tier as Dan Lanning?
Why is he in the same tier as Ryan Day? You understand?
Why is he in the same tier as Ryan Day?
I don't understand how people don't get that James Franklin is no longer at Penn State because of Ryan Day. That literally James Franklin no longer is the coach of the Nittany Lions because he couldn't beat that guy. Mm-hmm. That's literally all it is. And you want to, and by the way, the fact that Ryan Day isn't tier 1 is a joke in itself. I think the guy won a national championship.
I would be fine. I would have been fine because they had it with the two guys at the top with Kirby and Signetti. I would have been fine if they would have just put all those guys in the same tier. But if that was the case, then you'd have to split off you'd have to split off a lot of the guys who ended up in the second tier, including James Franklin.
I wanted more tiers is what I wanted.
Yeah.
I felt like I could have tiered off tier 3. I could have made different tiers of tier 3 in itself. Mm-hmm. I do think power rankings through tiers is probably one of the best bits you guys do, or segments. I don't even think it's a bit. I think it's a segment.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a great one that you do.
We love to power rank things with tiers.
Speaking about athletic articles, can I read this to you?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, why don't you just read it off the computer?
No. Because let me explain the premise of this.
All right.
So there was an athletic article today that was like the 25 most interesting storyline / people of the college football season. Mm-hmm. So Darian Mensah was in it. Damon Williams was in it.
Yeah.
Lane Kiffin. It was a bunch of on-field and off-field storylines that are going to be played out this year. And so I was thinking, if Matt Rule were to be on this list, like what would his excerpt be? Like what would we write about Rule if we were trying to get him to be one of the more 25 interesting coaches / players / people in college football this season? Because I actually do think that there is an argument that his storyline is very interesting this season.
And what would that be?
Okay.
So you're making this up.
This is what I made this up.
Okay? You are writing a story in The Athletic, but it's you.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
This is weird. I like it.
Last season, Nebraska fans did not get to see.
What's the headline?
Well, this is just Matt Rule is in one of the 25 most interesting.
He does have a spot.
No. This is me writing his spot in this.
What's the headline?
There's no headline. It's just Matt Rule, and then it explains why he's one of the more 25 interesting
I think you need a headline, but that's
No, but the point of the article is that he's one of the people in the headline is 25 most interesting college football.
But you got to have something that grabs me into the Matt Rule section. Like Matt Rule, is he actually good or not?
Okay,
I think this actually explains a lot about people's feelings on Matt Rule. That Connor, a host of a Nebraska sports radio station, won't even read a simple paragraph about Matt Rule
without it grabbing his attention.
What does it say?
Last season, Nebraska fans did not get to see the year 3 bump Matt Rule teams are accustomed to achieving, as they went 7-5, which saw the Huskers lose 3 of their last 4 games of the season. Some Husker fans have become non-believers in the Rule era, despite their head coach receiving a 2-year extension in the middle of last season. If the Huskers fail to improve their win total like they have each of the last 3 years, how hot could his Rule seat get? If the season goes off the rails, could we see a Jimbo Fisher buyout in Lincoln? Or will retention and experience make year 4 the new year 3?
Right. So that's the...
I find that interesting.
The reason why he is uninteresting is because it is neither boomed nor busted at Nebraska. And so people are sitting around waiting for the boom or bust, which, in my opinion, is not going to happen. It's just going to continue to be kind of the same. Like maybe they'll jump up another win or something, whatever it is. But it's not. I don't think it's going to pop, and I don't think it's going to be a disaster.
Do we think? What would 8-4 do? Well, let's start with that. What would 8-4 do specifically for you, Connor Happer, if they were to go 8-4 this year?
As it pertains to how I feel about Rule?
Sure. In the future, would it swing you to be more of a believer than you are now, or would you stay the same?
I probably.
Yeah.
I'd probably be more in, but I'm not out.
Neither am I. Yeah. I agree.
But I just don't think like the bottom line is I don't think he's going to take Nebraska to the playoff. And if they went 8-4 this year, I probably still wouldn't think that.
If you were to ask me what's more likely, him to make the playoff or him to not make the playoff as his time as the coach of Nebraska, I would say absolutely not make the playoff. But I also don't want to live in the world where I just put never going to happen. And I'm not saying that you're doing that either. But I agree that it's more likely that it doesn't happen.
And I'm thinking about, if he's got however many years left, is he going to get Nebraska to the playoff? And my answer is no.
If they continue, though, to just add one more win if they keep going 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and they keep adding talent and they keep getting more money, I mean, there is an argument to be made of it's a slower burn that maybe 1 year you do find lightning in the bottle, you do get there. If they continue,
it becomes more and more possible by the year.
Absolutely.
But the real value that Rule brings to the table for the program, I think, is that he raises the floor, and he has, and he will continue to do so. And that's a good thing.
I think he's been honestly a really, really good guy to bring in after the guy he followed. I think you needed
stable.
You didn't need. You benefited more from bringing in a guy like Rule said, new culture, new standard, we're following this, as opposed to bringing in a guy who's like, quick turnaround, I'm bringing all my guys, we're just going to win. Like Nebraska needed to be cleansed in a way from what they experienced before, and he's done that with the building, which I think is good. I don't know if I would call this season fork in the road, but I would say that the pressure will either be relieved or it will very much intensify and maybe even calcify in terms of how people feel. Especially if they were to take a step back this year.
Oh gosh. I mean, yeah, it's a huge year.
It's massive, which is why I think when I look at 25 more most interesting people and storylines and stuff like that, I think Nebraska, which is still considered a blue blood, and their coach very much being in I wonder how this is going to go season. Like this season is going to kind of tell a lot of what you're going to need to know for the next couple of years. I find that very interesting.
Definitely. I just don't know, nationally, is Nebraska that interesting of a job?
I think
is Matt Rule that interesting of a person?
I think it has to do with a lot of people were very high on them and paid a lot of attention to them just for them to be same old, 7-5.
So why nobody, you don't see anybody going out on a limb for Matt Rule anymore. You don't see anybody going out on a limb for Nebraska.
No.
Nobody. Usually around this time of the year, people would be coming out and they'd be doing their tight shirt podcasts and they'd be saying, I think Matt Rule is going to win 10 games this year.
He's the only one
that's not happening.
He's the only one that kind of has dabbled into it, though. He's because he's with Llewellyn and Compton all the time. So he kind of has played that game.
Which one?
Pate.
Okay. That's not even the guy
Pickle.
I was thinking of.
Are you?
Yeah. There's so many tight shirt podcast guys. That's my point.
Connor Happer for more loose shirts in college football.
Just do a normal podcast
How about
with a shirt that's normal.
How about you do?
Why is it white?
You should do a college football podcast with like the loosest, baggiest shirt you could possibly find.
Yeah,
or like one of your daughter's shirts.
That's a
just
good idea.
Comically tight.
Or
That's
just
a good
wear
idea.
a bikini when you do it.
Yeah.
You know, just
a unicorn on there, a princess.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay,
just wear floaties
That's the guy
every
who
time.
wears the princess shirts on his podcast clips.
Connor Happer, an impromptu interview here. Very productive though interview with Connor Happer here on Middays with Matt. First time we've interviewed. No, at the Hope Lodge.
Was
we
this
did
an
something
interview?
Like this was fun.
It was fun.
I had a good time.
Was it an interview?
Not really.
Yeah,
it was a good combo.
You asked me questions, so I guess that counts.
Yeah, I mean,
sorry to barge in on your show. I'm just kind of sitting around.
No, I had a great time.
You're always
Hey,
welcome.
by the way, congrats on the Carolina hat coming in.
Thank you.
Sharp.
People are asking.
Very sharp looking hat. Yeah, that's go Cats, not go Panthers. That was a good one though. You need to pull
I'll
that
bet
out
if you
more.
go to a Panthers game, you hear that sound. A lot.
We will skip the odd news. We'll do a very quick segment where I have to congratulate some people, and then we'll do the odd news at 12 o'clock. We're not banging it. We're just pushing it back. We're giving the proper amount of time for the odd news. Here on Middays with Matt, the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
Now, back to Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Don't forget to reach out to us on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox at Equitable Bank. They take banking personally. They always pick up on the first ring. Old man Doug, shout out. As also with the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Prairie Flower Casino, play longer, win more. And Pesky Blues was asking us for our shirt sizes yesterday. That means that we might be getting some Liquid Trucking merch, baby. Liquid Trucking, the proud sponsor of the Zone Twitter feed, at Matt McMedia, at Producer Josh. Also you can get me on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox with Matt at 1620 The Zone and Josh O at 1620 The Zone. Hey, some congratulations are in order. They've been in order for the last couple of days, but we just didn't get to it. But I wanted to make sure that we shouted out people who did some great things this week. Number one, Jay Moore, congratulations to the former Nebraska Cornhusker black shirt, who joined us on Gary and Matt every single Wednesday. Jay was an awesome guest to have on the former morning show. It was always great to talk to him. He was always so gracious with his time, and always provided just really in-depth analysis, but did it in a way where, it was very easy for the listener to understand. It was very easy for me, someone who didn't play football, who hasn't been in that locker room, to understand, concepts of defense and concepts of what Nebraska can do to improve. And I think that he's going to be a phenomenal addition to that radio booth with Kyle Crooks. And, Jay obviously brings, I think, the two things that you really need to have to excel in that role, which is a vast knowledge of football, right? I mean, he just knows a ton about the sport. He has the skills, and he's done it in Big Red Wrap-Up and also different settings in terms of explaining those football skills, along with just having a deep passion for Husker football and a great knowledge and history of Husker football. So I think Jay absolutely going to kill it. Very thankful for his time that he spent with us on Gary and Matt throughout the football season. I think he's going to do some great things for the Husker Radio Network. And I think Kyle Crooks definitely kind of got into his stride, man. He found his own, definitely through the middle and late parts of the season. And obviously in the beginning, you're in a new booth, new setting, new color commentator and all that stuff. And I think Kyle definitely did a great job as the games went on, and definitely has become more comfortable in his role the last couple of months, and doing some really good work over there. Also, want to give a shout out to Carpetland Lincoln East Baseball, who won the American Legion World Series. I remember a couple of years ago when I was working with 10-11 as an intern, that I was lucky enough to go and cover some Legion baseball and see those games were intense and they were competitive. And Lincoln East was, I believe, they were the team that also won that, kind of the Nebraska region at the time I was covering it. And so they went out, won the American Legion World Series. They are the second team from the state of Nebraska to win the American Legion World Series. The last one was Omaha won in 1939. So an incredible accomplishment. The first time in 87 years.
First time since the war.
Seriously. First time in 87 years since a Nebraska baseball team went out and won the American Legion World Series. A shout out to Cade Anderson, whose 3-run home run in the fourth inning gave Carpetland the lead and did not look back from that point on. So congratulations to those Lincoln East boys for bringing home the title and making the state proud. Congratulations to them. We'll have an interview with Lauren Michelson up here at 1:20. But before that, it's a wild world of college sports. Middays with Matt tries to explain to you all of the BS that's going on here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.
And now we've reached the point in the show where Josh Odson reads the peculiar, the bizarre, the comical, the odd news with Odd Son. Odd news, Odd Son. See what we did there? The odd news with Oddson.
J.O., what we got today? You get all the time in the world, buddy, old pal.
Oh, big stretch.
Yes.
Let me
Take
stretch
it.
out.
Hey, you know what? Explore the space. Really explore the space here, you know? I got to have more cowbell.
We begin in New Zealand. We don't, that's exploring the space. We don't go to New Zealand often.
We really don't. Honestly, New Zealand, kind of not a very odd place, really.
Well, just wait. Yeah. A woman received a parking ticket for having her car parked in a supermarket parking lot for too long.
Okay.
The reason she had her car parked in the supermarket parking lot too long is because she died.
Oh, no.
And was brought back to life.
What?
The 54-year-old collapsed in the parking lot of the supermarket in Auckland on July 26th. Her father told a local periodical that staff were quick to provide assistance, and they created like screens so like rubberneckers and gawkers couldn't look at this dead body in the parking lot. A stranger came and performed chest compressions, brought her back to life. So they were like, "Wow, oh my gosh, what a hero!" And the hero was like, "Hey, we got to take you to the hospital still because." So 5.5 hours later, she leaves the hospital.
Oh,
she's fine. She comes back to, I got to get my car. It's in the parking lot at the grocery store. She goes to the grocery store. There's a ticket on her windshield, $80 for.
Oh, get out of here. Already, by the way, with the medical bills that are going to pile up, I will say that I think that if she appealed, she would win.
Interesting you say that.
No.
After the circumstances were explained, the fine was not waived, but reduced to $30.
You are joking me. What a joke of a country. She died. I've appealed a parking ticket in Omaha before. You go, they say, what is your reason? Can you provide any pictures? I feel like she should provide, I died, and then provide the link to that story to say, hey, there's not a whole lot I could do here.
She did. That is a 90-minute limit in that parking lot. They told her your vehicle was parked for 341 minutes. Having considered your appeal in detail, we have decided to uphold the breach notice, that's a parking ticket in New Zealand, as we believe it was correctly issued in accordance with the terms and conditions. So they're like, hey, letter of the law, you were parked there more than 90 minutes.
These people suck.
We understand.
These people suck. That's crazy.
I would agree.
That is insane. Second on news story.
Truck spill of the week.
Hell yeah.
We go to Rhode Island. What could have spilled on the road in New Rhode Island?
I'm going to guess like dough or flour.
Ooh,
something to do with pastries.
Not pastries.
Oh.
There might be some dough, some flour sprinkled on this afterwards. It is being called Squidpocalypse as 2 tons of squid were spilled across a Rhode Island highway after a tractor trailer tipped over. This happened about 9:30 Sunday morning when the trailer became dislodged from the cab and overturned onto its side. The cab did not tip over and the driver was not injured. However, 2 tons of squid were spilled on the roadway on the way to a processing facility. Wow. I'm looking at the pictures. That's a lot of just a pile of squid.
A lot of calamari is what you're telling me?
Yep. I mean, that's going to stink, right?
By the way, I do want to make this clear. Some people think that calamari is octopus. Okay. Calamari is not octopus. It's squid. I just want to throw that out there and make sure we get that right.
Important.
Okay? Very important note. I can't imagine what that would look like. I can't imagine how bad that would smell.
Yeah.
That's got to be a terrible smell.
I don't know though. I don't know what the temperature was in Rhode Island on Sunday, but I'm guessing.
Ooh. Does it? I don't know what the temperature is in the East Coast. Like, does it get? It's not humid out there, is it? I imagine it's a little breezy. Is it a dry heat? It's a dry heat.
Current temperature in Rhode Island. I don't know what city it gave
I'll go
me.
probably rainy.
86 degrees. There is some rain in the forecast later today if you're in Rhode Island. I'm not sure what city.
Welcome to Middays with Matt, where we give you the weather forecast for a place that you probably will never go to. But we definitely won't. We definitely won't talk about the weather here on this show because I don't check the weather.
You do not. Famously, you don't own an umbrella.
I did though check the weather for tomorrow, and I think we should be okay.
Okay.
I think we should be fine.
We end the odd news today in Big Ten country.
Oh wow, what is going on in Seattle?
I did sort of forget that when I said that. It's a coast-to-coast conference.
It
now.
is a coast-to-coast
Bloomington, Indiana, where a man has been arrested after police say he threatened to bomb a local Applebee's.
Jeez.
On an Instagram post. Imagine threatening to blow up a facility on your way out the door.
You know what? I don't think you have to travel too far to find it.
Really? Interesting. Jackson Hahn, 19 years young enough to not know you don't threaten to blow a place up, was arrested Sunday and booked into the Monroe County Jail on a felony intimidation charge. Interesting. Some people are brought up on felony charges when they threaten to blow up a building. An official charge was filed Monday in circuit court. Bloomington police began investigating Hahn around 10 p.m. Sunday when the local FBI office submitted an online threat tip. Meta, the company that owns Facebook and Instagram, reportedly flagged a story post from a user named Han Tilly Solo. Quote, I'm going to bomb the Applebee's at, and then he gives the exact address with, with the zip code, the city, the country, the post allegedly read. The post reportedly showed the interior of the Applebee's restaurant attached to the College Mall in Bloomington. Police officers later searched the restaurant, did not find anything, of course. However, the Applebee's did close 90 minutes early. I don't know why that's important.
Well, I don't think that's proper measures as well.
The tip, they do what they do. They found this 19-year-old who obviously isn't smart enough to cover his online footprint like that. He stated he was just hungry, tired, and upset that he hadn't gotten his food in the appropriate amount of time. He said it was a stupid post and was not serious. He sent the story on a, quote, private account. Shocking that those private accounts aren't private.
Yeah.
To his approximately 50 followers.
That's tough. Typically, I'm going to blow up this Applebee's is what I say when I'm on my way to the bathroom.
Well,
okay?
yeah. Many a person has said that.
Many people have said I'm going to blow this place up, but typically they do it in a stall and not actually threaten to do that.
Those first few dollar margs go down real smooth, and then it's
then that Bourbon Street steak skillet just comes flowing on out. Is what happens. Right. You ever have the Bourbon Street steak skillet?
I do not immediately recall, but my guess is yes.
Oh, it's good.
Yeah,
it's a good. Those skillets. I know, like Chili's has tried to make the sizzling platter fajitas their thing.
Mm-hmm.
Those skillets at Applebee's blow it out of the water, especially the dessert skillets too, when you can get the sizzling butter pecan blondie.
Whew. There's just, I mean, I know we've all made the joke before. We've made the observation. There's just something about that sizzling plate.
It is
the waitress, the waiter or waitress brings it through the restaurant and like, wow, that looks like a dish. And then they put it down on your table and you're like, man, I wish I would have gotten the sizzling skill. Like,
it is a head turner.
Yeah.
It's a head turner for sure. Where you're like, oh God, I should have, you know what? Screw this burger. I should have upgraded $4 for the sizzling skillet.
Absolutely.
You know, there is a Texas Roadhouse that I go by a lot when I go to Culver's or when I go to like that area in Council Bluffs, right?
Oh,
like
okay,
right
sure.
over there, like right next to the Apple Barn that connects to Horseshoe Casino. And it's one of those things where every time I see that Texas Roadhouse, I'm more and more tempted every time to stop there and eat. Right? I know it's not Applebee's, but the point being is just like those kind of like fast, casual American steak restaurants. I'm like due to go to a Longhorn Steakhouse. Like I'm due to go to a Chili's. I'm due to go to an Applebee's and enjoy like a $23 steak meal. I feel like I just feel it calling my name.
It's perfect.
What if we did a show live from an Applebee's?
Whoa. And then we had Sip. We do a Thursday show.
Holy Lord.
From an Applebee's, and we tell Sip, hey, we're at this Applebee's.
And he will show up.
Yeah.
He will come. We will do a live interview with Sip.
Uh-huh.
And then, honestly, we'll just have one camera on Josh and then one camera on Sip eating his meal while I'm just talking.
I'm having the Oriental chicken salad.
I'm just, it's just profound, this menu. I mean, it's just so, you got to be careful with the skillets. It's not great for your cholesterol. But I mean, the Bourbon Street steak, it just looks the part.
I get off the bus and I know I want the.
By the way, underrated line of the Sipple interview today. I have the benefit of being old. And I know it's a benefit. That's what he said.
Not a phrase you often hear people say.
No, typically people, aren't happy about that. He is. He's like, I've seen it all. Sip goes into the Applebee's. I've seen this Applebee's when it produces Ohio State level steaks. This just isn't it. I'm being serious, though. Like, we will take this show to any sort of fast casual restaurant. And P.F. Chang's.
Oh, yeah.
Golden Corral. Applebee's. Chili's. Texas Roadhouse. Red Lobster. Olive Garden. You name it. We will take this show. We will sit down and we will have a great time.
Doesn't have to be a national chain. It can be local. If you're like, well, we couldn't possibly.
But I kind of,
with those.
I would love to do a local chain. Don't get me wrong. I feel like that's just embedded in Middays. So that's just embedded in what we do here.
Obviously,
I'm just saying, like, I think it'd be an extra dose of funny if we did do a show at Outback Steakhouse. And you logged into the YouTube screen one day, you had no idea, and all of a sudden I got a bloomin' onion right in my face.
There's just like a whole bunch of like old jerseys and generic photos of firefighters on the wall.
I would love to do a show for one of those places that just have random nuclear families on the wall right behind me.
Yeah.
Suzanne, John, and their 4 kids are all smiling at Elle Woods right now, just looking right into the camera.
Hey, look at this photo of a generic grandma wearing moose antlers. Like, yeah.
Do a show with a place that have all the different types of fish that you can catch in Nebraska all hung up on the walls. I feel like we would thrive. We would thrive in that environment.
Absolutely.
Especially if we were getting those $1 margaritas.
Oh, we would do a great show if we were there pumping us full of dollar marks.
You know what? I was trying to think of things that we could do more on the show, and I literally did have the thought the other day, and I did text somebody about this thought about how do we get margaritas involved in Middays with Matt.
Do I just need to buy a Ninja, not a blender, but the mixers?
What if our best bit was just doing knockoff bits of the other show's bits? And instead of doing like One Beer Friday, we did a midday margarita something.
Sure.
A midday margarita Monday?
I'd be okay with that.
You want a Marg Monday? Midday Marg Monday?
I mean, I am in radio. I do love alliteration. It's required.
You know what? I do. If you're ever going to do a show, you have to do alliteration. Nobody goes, y'all should do a live segment of Casa Bonita.
I've been there.
I have not.
I went there in like 1997.
Why do you remember that you went there 29 years ago?
It's probably the last time I've been to Colorado.
Oh, is that in Colorado?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that Casa Bonita was a place I haven't heard of in Omaha.
No, it's in Denver. They do like cliff diving. The guys from it closed, and then the guys from South Park bought it.
Oh.
And now they run it. And according to the internet, they might not run it all that well. That's okay.
Shocking. Famous people not running restaurants well. That's never happened before.
It's open. It's better than it being closed, right?
That is a good point. I have written on this next quick sports segment that we'll get to. I'm just going to do it right now before we hit a break, because we'll do buy, sell, hold, or bet in the next segment. WTF is going on is what I wrote at the top of my notes today. This is in regard to everything that is happening in college sports in terms of 2022 athletes who used up their eligibility getting a 5th year granted. Now, let's just start from the beginning. Judge Charlotte Sweeney of Colorado ruled that in a class action lawsuit filed as Wisney versus NCAA that these 2022 athletes can get another year of eligibility after the 5-for-5 rule had been established. In that class action lawsuit, she specified that you can't, like, the NCAA transfer rules and all that type of stuff still are upheld, okay? And so you can't transfer, you can't enter the transfer portal, the roster limit is the roster limit, the rev share is the rev share, nothing changes. It's just that in her lawsuit with these Colorado athletes, they were given another year of eligibility. So what then proceeded to happen is that the NCAA has appealed this ruling, and we're trying to get a ruling on their appeal of whether or not this is actually going to go through. According to this ESPN article, we will find out in the next couple of days if that is the case. Here's what you need to know, though. In order to, and this is according to this ESPN article written by Dan Murphy and Pete Thamel, there are basically across the country other athletes who are getting temporary restraining orders that give them eligibility in order to protect themselves just in case Wisney versus NCAA is appealed and eventually reversed. And some of them are also doing this so they can actually enter into the transfer portal, because specifically this ruling not adhering to transfer portal rules, that's in the state of Colorado. But Ohio has an injunction. California has an injunction. And as recently, Louisiana got a temporary restraining order for players to enter, to get that 5th year of eligibility, which included 3 players who signed NFL training camp deals who are now trying to return to college. And so, you kind of just, no one really knows what's going on at this point. Okay. We're waiting for this appeal to get back. But currently, as it stands, you have all of these players who are currently entering the transfer portal and getting TROs, and injunctions are being granted and all that type of stuff in order for them to go and back to play college sports and then commit to a team and play for a team this season. We've seen teams like Creighton, teams like Texas Tech go ahead and add some players to their roster because of everything that is going on. And so there's a quote here in this ESPN article that basically that they talked to the Sam Elrich, who is their law expert, right? And so he explains that an appeals court is likely to rule on the Wisney class action case in the coming days, according to sports law expert Sam Elrich. Elrich, and this is the ESPN article, an associate professor of law at Boise State who has tracked college sport litigation closely for the past several years, said athletes continue to file cases in multiple states as added protection in case the Wisney restraining order does not hold up, or because they want to be able to transfer to a new school. And so, these restraining orders basically are just different across different states. And so therefore they give different rules. And all you need to know is that it's an absolute mess. And I don't know how much of this is really going to get resolved and what even, everything will look like, even if the NCAA does end up appealing and winning that original class action lawsuit in Colorado. So once again, you have the NCAA, who could have made some very quick, swift decisions and hard decisions, really, and said, all right, 5-for-5 is happening. We're announcing it in December. College athletes, right? 2022 athletes, you were kind of screwed over in a way because you didn't get the extra year of eligibility from COVID, and you're not going to get this year of eligibility from the 5-for-5. Actually, we're going to grandfather you in. You all get one additional year of eligibility. Congratulations to you. And it all would have been solved, and it all would have just gone smoothly, and there wouldn't have been any problems. But for whatever reason, they couldn't get that out there in a swift amount of time. They announced this very, very late in the process. All the portals had been closed. All the off seasons have happened. And now we're nearing closer and closer to college football and college basketball season, amongst other seasons. And now you have athletes who are entering in transfer portals who you previously thought were out of eligibility. It's a mess. It's a disaster. And it's once again, the NCAA just overcalculating their hand, overcalculating their power, and not understanding that it seems like it's been very easy, at least in these bigger lawsuits, for athletes can kind of get what they want done through a court of law. And there will be lawyers. It's one of the best lessons I've learned over the last 2 years covering sports, especially college sports. There will be lawyers. The lawyers have showed up. And once again, college sports can't get out of their own way. And they're just, reading Field of 68, reading ESPN, trying to find CBS articles, going through Twitter. Like, no one really knows I'm being real with you. No one really knows what's going on. It's not like a cut or dry, like cut and dry thing. And that's why it's just, once again, just this craziness of what college sports has become. It just makes me so frustrated that the NCAA is always going back to, well, the Save College Sports Act. Well, the Save College Sports Act, that's going to save everything. Here's the thing, man. If you're in charge, nothing's being saved. If the people who are still in charge of the NCAA are the ones in charge after the Save College Sports Act potentially goes through Congress, if those people are still making the shots, I don't know how you could feel comfortable at all with what's going on. Charlie Baker, every time I hear Charlie Baker or I read Charlie Baker or anything about him comes out, it's him complaining about the NCAA losing a ruling they thought they should have won. And the sport and just the entity falling into more turmoil than it was before, which we all thought was impossible from the previous bar we were at. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to the highest degree what has happened. And this is, once again, we are literally a week away from the college football season starting, and you have 3 NFL players who have signed NFL contracts in training camp who are trying to get their 5th year of eligibility back and are asking their NFL teams to let them out of their contracts, which they have to decide by September 1st if they're going to do that. 3 NFL players asking out of their contracts with NFL teams go back to college. What are we doing? What are we doing? Craziness. All right, what we're doing next is buy, sell, hold, or bet. Wisconsin and Kansas are up here on MWM.
Josh Hodson's boyhood hero was Hank Aaron. Matt McMasters was the guy from the Dos Equis commercial. Now it's starting to all make sense. Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Buy,
Sell
hold,
or bet. Buy, sell, hold, or bet back here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network. Matt McMaster, Josh Hodson, Middays with Matt, breaking down two teams today. We have a special announcement. Next week is the first week of college football season, which means we did buy, sell, hold, or bet very early on in the season, right? Even before training camp started. Now we've purposefully kind of been saving some really good teams we wanted to talk about, right? We did Texas and Oregon, and we did Notre Dame. Well, we actually didn't do Oregon, but we did Texas and Notre Dame. We did do Georgia, but we got a couple of other teams that we've been saving up. So next week, what we're going to do is we're going to do buy, sell, hold, or bet every single day, Monday through Friday. Hopefully attach that segment with a guest from one of the teams we break down, kind of get our primer going into week 0 of the college football season. The goal is we're going to do both Texas, TCU, and North Carolina, because that will be the kind of the first big game of the college football, or Power 5 game really of the college football season. So we'll talk about that all next week. So every single day next week, expect a buy, sell, hold, or bet segment. But today we do buy, sell, hold, or bet on Kansas and Wisconsin. Josh Hodson, where would you like to begin? Big 12 or Big 10?
Big 12.
Let's start in the Big 12. Kansas, last season, they won 5 games with Lance Leipold. They were 5-7. Here's an interesting stat for you. Nebraska fans might be familiar with something like this. Kansas has lost 9 fourth quarter leads in the last 2 seasons in Lawrence. They've had 9 fourth quarter leads in games over the last 2 years. They have ended up losing all 9 of those games. It's a team that loses a longtime quarterback in Jalen Daniels, who has been synonymous with that incredible 2023 season. And then in the 24 season, they actually looked pretty promising, winning 4 Big 12 games, but they battled a ton of injuries that year. And then obviously, losing plenty of close games last season. They've lost a lot on this team. Obviously, losing Daniels, they lost 4 of their top 6 wide receivers. They had 3 all-conference offensive linemen last season. They're all gone. They lost 2,000 snaps on the defensive line, which was already a pretty bad defense last season, according to Brett Ciancia's his defensive game grader. They were one of the 10 worst power schools in the country. Their over-under win total this season is 5.5. Looking at their schedule, they play Long Island at home, Missouri at home, Arizona State in London. Then they have I did not know that, by the way.
Forgot.
Bye week, followed up by a home game against Middle Tennessee. They go on the road to play Utah, followed up by a road game in Manhattan against Kansas State, home game against Baylor, at TCU, UCF at home in November 14th. They'll be at Morgantown, West Virginia, followed up by BYU at home, and then they finish their season on the road against Oklahoma State. Going through my win-loss total here in what I believe about the teams, I put them at a record of 2-6 with that schedule, with 4 toss-up games.
I was going to say I can't. Well, you got 4 toss-up games. Okay, I couldn't get to 6.
Yeah, Long Island's a win, obviously, FCS team, with Middle Tennessee being a win. But I look, Missouri, might be pretty overrated heading into the season, and will Drinkwitz do the thing where they beat 8 teams with losing records? Probably. Will one of those teams be Kansas? Absolutely.
It's the Missouri way.
Yeah, that's what they do best.
That's what they do.
And then they end up being ranked 24th, and you go, wow, Drink is doing a good job.
They'll work their way up to like 12th at some point in the season, and people go, is it time to start believing in the Tigers? And then they'll play like Tennessee or something and lose 38-3.
It's like the honorary Bama game at this point, where they get waxed, and you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I guess I
killed to be in that spot.
By the way, pretty good job.
Yeah,
pretty not too much to complain about.
Nebraska used to be in that spot. Remember when they went 10-2 and we're like, this isn't good enough. Get the hell out of here.
So I got losses to Missouri, losses to Arizona State, loss at Utah. My toss-up games, if the Baylor game was on the road, it'd be a loss. It's at home. Then they're on the road for TCU. I have that down as a loss, actually. Then a toss-up game against UCF, who actually might be a little bit better than people give them credit for. I don't want to say that too loudly here. At West Virginia, loss against the Mountaineers, and then a loss against BYU, and then a loss at Oklahoma State. So 2-6 with 4 toss-up games. I can't imagine them winning all 4 of those toss-up games. So I'm going to go ahead and peg them. I might even go like under. I might even say like an under bet might be pretty good here. They replace so much
unders plus 104
across the board. Now, an underrated thing here is that they did bring back Andy Kotelnicki, who was their OC in 2022 and 2023. And by the way, they have Dylan Edwards on this team. Yes, that Dylan Edwards from Colorado, who was electric, who's battled injuries ever since he really bursted onto the scene in Boulder. It's just one of those things where they're going to have a quarterback question mark, and the guy who might end up winning the job was a walk-on from last season. So it's one of those rosters where it already wasn't all that talented to begin with. They have the worst 5-year recruiting average in the Big 12 heading into the season.
Oh.
And they've only acquired 1 transfer portal acquisition who was a 4-star in the last 2 years. The talent already has been notably thin in Kansas. Somehow it's gotten thinner through what they've lost in the transfer portal and the like. I might bet under here on the 5.5 for Kansas. I don't see that many teams that they're going to play against that are better than them. And look, maybe they win 1 or 2 of those toss-up games, right? Maybe they win a toss-up game against Kansas State. Maybe they win a toss-up game against Baylor. You know, it's just one of those things where I just don't see them getting there. I really don't. And maybe I'm being generous by saying that Kansas State game is a toss-up game.
Plus money on the under. I'm gonna bet Kansas under 5.5.
All right, I would too.
Yeah,
I would too. Plus 104.
Yeah, I'll take that.
I think that's a pretty sharp bet. I don't
feel like I'll have to really sweat that one out till the end of the year.
I'm being honest. I don't know where the 5.5 is coming from. Like, who am I too high on that people aren't? Missouri loss, Arizona State loss, at Utah loss, at Kansas State's probably a loss. Baylor at home that's a toss-up game for me, though. At TCU, home for UCF, home for UCF is more of a toss-up than anything.
That number probably comes from Kansas winning 5 games last year, right? Like,
lost a lot in the defensive end.
Yeah.
A lot in defensive. They kept the same coordinator, though, so, credit to them to not being good on defense, but saying, hey, we like the continuity. They do bring back some guys on the defensive back room. All right, let's talk about Wisconsin. Connor Happer said something very funny, and I want to give him credit because I don't want to steal the joke, but I want to say the joke. Where if you are a middling Big Ten program looking to turn a somewhat disappointing coaching tenure around, the flex seal for your big hole that's leaking with a lot of water is let's go and get a non-Power 5 quarterback who can run the ball a lot. And that's exactly what Wisconsin has done. Colton Joseph from Old Dominion, all second-team Sun Belt last season. He had 1,000 rushing yards last year. He had a pair of 75-yard touchdown runs against Indiana and a threat in the option as well. Wisconsin's running game, very un-Wisconsin of them last year. They averaged 3.3 yards per carry. It was 128th in the country, and they got no run push from the line. Brett Ciancia's run push rating had them at 129th in the country. It took 11 games to get their first 100-yard rusher. I mean, that's how bad the Wisconsin run game has been, something that, Wisconsin fans are not used to. The amount of marquee Big Ten Wisconsin running backs that you and I could list right now is a very long one. But they get Joseph back. They bring back their leading rusher, who, I kind of just crapped on their run game, but they get him back in Darian Dupree, and then Abu Sama, who played at Iowa State, who's rushed for over 2,000 yards in his career. Do you remember that Snowmageddon game where it was Kansas State, Iowa State, and it was literally a snowstorm? They couldn't stop scoring against each other.
Yes,
That is a I was at a Buffalo Wild Wings at that game, and we had just discovered that you can bet what the result of the next drive is going to be.
Oh no!
And we just started betting touchdowns for both sides.
Mike, close your ears.
No, I won though. It's not a gambling problem if you win.
I don't think he would agree to that statement.
That's not true at all. That is not true at all. Okay, but yeah. So they get him back. The receivers is tough. They lost 4 of their 6 top pass catchers or 5 of their 6 top pass catchers from last season. They brought in Malachi Coleman, which
people forget.
Brett has written on here that he's a wide receiver. I thought he was going to Wisconsin to be a D end. I don't know. I guess I don't. I thought he was going to play defense. I always thought Malachi should play defense, if I'm being honest with you. But they hired Eric Mateos, who last year he coached Arkansas's offensive line to have the number 1 rushing offense in Brett Ciancia's opponent adjusted rankings. They lost 3 of their starters to the transfer portal, but they've replaced all of those guys with P4 transfers: Blake Cherry from Arkansas, PJ Wilkins from Ole Miss, and Oklahoma State starting center Oskin Kowecki. They lost 5 of their top 6 defensive backs. They actually were a pretty good defense last season, but they only bring 3 of their starters from last year's team, 2 of which, though, are awesome linebackers who were both freshmen last season, Mason Posa and Cooper Cantillano. They did bring in a pretty heavy dose of transfers. Here's the thing with Wisconsin this year. I like the offensive line coach hire. I think that they're going to be able to run the ball better with Samu and with Dupree, Sama, sorry, and Dupree, along with Colton Joseph. They're going to figure out the pass catchers, right? They got talented guys there. But at the same time, if Wisconsin's going to be successful, they're going to have Colton Joseph do a lot. It's just crazy how many transfer quarterbacks that this team has gone through over the last couple of years that end up getting hurt and kind of the season just goes to, Tanner Mordecai, Tyler Van Dyke. Billy Edwards took 3 snaps last season before he ended up getting injured for the rest of the year. Look, the defense was good last year. You trust the coaching that they'll be able to figure it out. The talent acquisition honestly hasn't been all that high. Their high school class last year in 26 was ranked 78th in the country. They brought in a lot of transfer portal guys this season, but yet their transfer portal rank was only 38th in the nation. They did have some pretty decent recruiting classes in 24 and 25. Once again, you question how many of those guys, though, have left over the last couple of years with Luke Fickell. The silver lining for them is the schedule. They play 6 of the bottom 7 teams of the Big Ten and avoid the big 3 in Indiana, Oregon, and Ohio State. Looking at their schedule, I have them for 6 wins with 4 toss-ups. Their win total is 6.5. So I think a lot like Penn State, I don't love Wisconsin, but I love their schedule and how easy it is. And so I think I might be buying. I think I might be buying into Wisconsin a little bit, having a turnaround season and getting back to bowl contention. Not because I think Colton Joseph is going to be an all Big Ten quarterback, or not because I think that they're going to be able to fill the holes in the defensive backfield, as much as I think that the end of the last 4 games they played this season, Rutgers, at Purdue, home for Rutgers, at Maryland, at Purdue, and home for Minnesota. Like, that is a dream November schedule to have.
Here's what's going to happen. They play Notre Dame to start the season at Lambeau. They're going to get embarrassed. Yeah. It will be about 49-0. They will score a garbage time touchdown to make it like 49-7 or something like that. People will be like, oh my gosh, is Luke done at Wisconsin? And you will forget about them for the rest of the year. And then they will end up making a bowl game by season's end and going, you know what? They really learned a lot about themselves during that Notre Dame game.
And we'll be like, hey, very sneaky. Tom Fornelli will have a big old segment at the end of the year being like, hey, don't forget about what the Badgers did. Maybe Fickell can figure it out. And I don't know what their 28 schedule is, but I got a feeling it's going to be pretty damn difficult. because that's how these things work. Look up their 28 schedule. I
I
guarantee you
am.
they play, 5 of the top 7 teams, and that'll probably be the year they end up firing.
2027. Pitt in Dublin is their non-conference
Shouldn't be too
game.
hard.
At Illinois, at Michigan State, at Minnesota, at USC, Iowa, Nebraska, Northwestern, Penn State, UCLA, coming
Really?
to Camp Randall. So they
They get a really easy schedule.
back-to-back years, they avoid the big three.
Correct it. Do we have 28? Go to 28.
I can go to 28.
They better be playing Ohio State, Oregon, Michigan, Indiana, the whole 9 yards.
They have a non-con with Utah.
They'll lose that.
At Ohio State, at Washington, versus Michigan, versus Oregon.
Yeah.
So
But
it does
still,
come back around.
Yeah, but still.
2 seasons with quote-unquote
Cupcake.
schedule luck.
Cupcake. Oh, John's got a great shout out, John.
Shout out, John.
Tom Fornelli is a University of Illinois graduate. He is pissed that Indiana kicked Illinois' ass 63-10 last year. Fornelli just predicted that Indiana will not make the CFP this season. Geez, here's my thing, John. I remember that video that he's talking about where after the Indiana loss, Illinois played a bunch of easy teams and they won games. And Fornelli was like, no one's talking about Illinois. No one's talking about Luke Altmaier. Yeah, they lost by 53 to the only quality opponent they played. What are you talking about? Nobody's talking about them. The only team that was good, they got their butts whooped. I didn't understand that either. I like some of Fornelli's work, but he's an Illinois honk. But like I said, he'll probably end up being like, oh, look at Wisconsin. So all this to say, buying Wisconsin, not betting them. But there's 6-2 is what I got. Wins against Illinois, wins against Eastern Michigan, win against Michigan State, and a win with Rutgers, Maryland, Purdue, and a toss-up versus Minnesota's, toss-up at Iowa, toss-up home for USC, toss-up at UCLA. USC could probably be a loss, but that's at home, and USC is coming. Remember that tough travel schedule we talked about, right? That's right in the middle of it for USC, so it should be interesting. All right, let's go ahead, take a break, do a training camp update. Then we'll touch back on a local segment I want to talk about, and then I believe we're going to have Andy Kendeigh on today from KETV because Lauren is currently on vacation. So we will figure that out here on Middays Matt.
He's from the third largest village in the world, Skokie, Illinois. Middays with Matt on 1620, The Zone.
Hey, don't forget to go to 1620zone.com to enter in to win the following contest. Black Label Society in the Bluffs on September 26th at Scare Cove. Chris Stapleton in Lincoln for the All-American Roadshow Tour featuring Nikki Lane October 7th at Pinnacle Bank Arena. Motionless in White is coming to the Metro on November 11th at the Chai, and Burt Kreischer will be at the Mid-America Center at December 6th. Don't forget to go to 1620zone.com and enter in for your chance to win your way to those concert/comedy shows. It is the Middays with Matt training camp update from across the National Football League. What is going in and out across the NFL today and over the last couple of days? We will start first with the Carolina Panthers. They had a joint practice with the Jacksonville Jaguars yesterday, and apparently Bryce Young and Ted McMillan were playing a little bit of pitch and catch.
Oh, hello.
Reportedly, routinely from Michael Kay, who is on the Panthers beat for ESPN.
Michael Kay is on the Man, they'll really just put anyone anywhere.
Well, he's just kind of, I don't know if he's on the Panthers. Well, he's Panthers writer Michael Kay, so I guess he is on the beat. He might, sometimes they just send the big writers to random places, but Michael Kay is the Panthers
Tired,
guy.
Pat McAfee is everywhere. Wired, Michael Kay is everywhere. Yankees games, Panthers training camp.
He reports that McMillan was consistently and routinely making Bryce Young's deep ball accuracy look great. So interesting. And by the way, against a really good Jacksonville Jaguars defense who had a phenomenal season last season. Apparently the Panthers looking good. They are only third, by the way, in the odds to win. Yeah,
really,
they're third in the odds to win the AFC South. It goes the Buccaneers, then the Saints, then the Panthers, then the Atlanta Falcons, who are 4-1. Saints, by the way, are becoming the media darling. We will get to them at some point in the training camp updates. By the way, injury update for you Panthers fans out there. Chuba Hubbard sidelined with a apparent hamstring injury, along with Darren Waller, who not injured, but has onboarded with Carolina and eventually will get into action as their tight end. But Chuba Hubbard currently sidelined with a hamstring injury. Let's go to New England, where the Patriots had their joint practice with none other but the Philadelphia Eagles. A.J. Brown practicing against his former team looked great. Apparently, he had 6 receptions against the Eagles, along with close your ears, Eagles fans. The Patriots had 5 interceptions against Eagles quarterbacks in the joint practice. It seemed like nobody could throw the ball except for Drake May, who reportedly went 16 for 19 against the Eagles defense in 11-on-11 practice. May looked phenomenal. So did Brown, and so did the defensive secondary of the New England Patriots. Gabe Yakas, their new defensive tackle, getting some very important work on first-team reps, apparently as well, after being drafted from Illinois last season. Something to keep an eye on. We go to the Houston Texans, where Jaden Higgins has torn his ACL, as it just is one of those things where it seems like weapons around CJ Stroud just cannot seem to stay healthy, and the run game is going to need to be better because of it. Obviously, Nico Collins and now Jalen Noel steps into those roles, but now with Higgins out with a torn ACL and really no update so far on Tank Dell, a quarterback that needs to have a big year, and it needs to be all hands on deck in order for him to have that, for this team to potentially compete for a Super Bowl, loses what a guy who is apparently having a really good camp in Jaden Higgins. So very, very disappointing for Texans fans. Another injury update. Tyler Biadasz, the former Wisconsin Badger, former Dallas Cowboy, former Washington Commander, who signed a 3-year, $30 million deal with the Los Angeles Chargers in the offseason, went down with a knee injury that's going to sideline him for a bit. I know Chargers fans are very, very upset. And it's like, oh my God, it just seems like the injury bug is always biting us, especially on the offensive line. But don't be too worried. They drafted a kid by the name of Jake Slaughter, who was a center last year in college, who they were going to play him at guard this year, but it seems like they are totally fine with switching him back to center to start the season for the Chargers. So the silver lining there is that they have been able to draft and to develop at least a little bit of depth, but their depth definitely will be tested with Biotish, their big offensive line signing, going down with injury. All right, let's go ahead and let's talk a little bit more Matt Rule and the outlook for this season here on Middays with Matt.
Tortillas.
He's from the third largest village in the world, Skokie, Illinois. Middays with Matt on 1620, The Zone.
Hey, enter online and enter for your chance to win the 1620 The Zone's 5K preseason plunder. Stock up on provisions before the start of the season. Improve your game day experience by upgrading your captain's quarters. Cash in on tickets to see your favorite team up close, etc. Enter to win at 1620zone.com. Sponsored by Ag Consulting Group here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. We will be at Miracle Hill Golf Course tomorrow for the 1620 The Zone Golf Tournament. Super excited. We got an awesome field tomorrow. It's going to be a great time with all of our listeners who signed up. We will be broadcasting live at Miracle Hill Golf Course. Happer and Schaefer will be there doing their show tomorrow from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. And then they'll toss it on over to us, who we will take you through the midday and basically the meat of the golf action. We will be, I believe, a little bit outside of the 1620 or of the clubhouse area by the practice greens and tees. And we'll go ahead and show you right here our 1620 The Zone golf towels that will be given out to people who are a part of the tournament tomorrow. Let me tell you right now, as somebody who golfs, this isn't just any golf towel. This is the highest of quality golf towels that you can get. Some great fabric and design here. Let's turn on your microphone. Chris Prudon, who just came in here and handed us our golf towels, has something to say. What's up, Chris?
All of the bags are packed.
Okay.
For the players.
Okay, great.
Everybody gets a towel. Did you know everybody's also getting the option to get a free golf club? There's like a little slip that they can fill out, and they send it in and get the golf club. They just had to pay shipping and handling.
Really?
I didn't even realize that's an awesome deal.
What golf club?
I'll get you a sheet, and then you can scan the QR code. There's like a bunch of options.
Shut your front door. That's crazy.
That, and then we're giving $20 to Early Bird.
Yes. So, and also too, going to be complimentary food, going to be complimentary drinks. So it's going to be a great time. And then party don't stop when the golfing's over, baby. We're going to the Phoenix. We're going to have a great time tomorrow. I think the entire Zone crew is going to be there afterwards. So
you're going to be joining
time.
StreamYard at some point tomorrow from a golf cart, driving around.
Really?
It's going to be great.
Let's go.
Did you know that? You didn't know that.
I didn't know
Yeah,
that.
that's the thing that's
There
happening.
are things that we didn't know that we're all finding out, but I'm going to have a great time.
Yeah, I'm up for whatever.
I think I'm going to try and play 9 holes before.
I don't think that's going to happen.
I want to try and call Miracle Hill. I want to get him on the horn. Be like, hey, Matty Mac wants to get out there. Let me go. Where's the first tee? What's the course record?
I'm hanging up. Goodbye.
See ya. Chris doesn't like when I refer to myself in the third person. It's his least favorite thing I do. What do you mean? Who does?
I mean, who's like, I really liked when that guy referred to himself in the third person.
I'm Matty
It was
Mac,
really
baby.
charming.
Also known as McDaniel Lang. I'm a man of many nicknames. That's my government name for McDingling.
This is a nice towel. You can use this.
I know, right? It's also magnetic. Do we have a magnet here anywhere? Anywhere that's magnetic?
No.
Maybe
the side of that fridge.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Dang it!
Didn't throw it correctly.
There's that little box that's right there. We'll do it for you. So 1620 The Zone, the golf tournament tomorrow should be a ton of fun. Can't wait to interact with all the people who will be involved. From the 402.
Hi, 402.
Prairie Flower Casino Zone text line. Prairie Flower Casino, play longer, win more. Josh, did you just say verse? The word is verses. Shame. And you are usually solid on the English language. I didn't catch you say verse there. I don't think you said verse at all.
I'm not denying the claim. I would just like to know when I did.
I've never heard you say verse before. And if anything, you have been the one who has gotten me to learn how to say verses. Because a lot of people got very upset at me.
Entirely possible. I point the thumb. That will be my accountability segment for today.
Wes Texton.
Hi, Wes.
Can't wait, guys. I'll be there at 7 a.m. sharp. 8:30 a.m. shotgun start time. So Wes is going to get there. He's going to get a couple of putts in, maybe get a couple of warm-up hits in, get the driver going a little bit. It should be a great time. Real quick from the 402.
Hi, 402.
I have an opinion. Valentino's is better than Pizza Hut. I know that isn't a popular opinion, but I don't care. I grew up in going to the Grand Valentino's buffet on 108th and L. My mom would request to sit in the smoking section, not because she smoked, but we could get a table faster. That's a baller move.
Sometimes you just want to eat.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want to go through the
By the
rigmarole.
way,
I don't care what I eat.
I understand. I don't mean to be Gen Z, man, pointing fingers at people being like, you heathens. But smoking sections in actual restaurants is crazy to me. Like, that is something that man born in 2002 can't imagine the idea of being around an area that I'm inhaling smoke while I'm eating my food.
It was great because you would go to a restaurant and the smoke would magically stop when it got to the non-smoking section. The smoke knew I'm not allowed over there. Those people are sensitive. So I'm not going to get in their clothes. I'm not going to get in the vinyl seats. I'm not going to seep into the walls and ruin these people's meal. It was really an impressive feat by cigarette smoke.
On the up, cigarette smoke?
Yeah.
Is cigarette smoke having a moment?
Maybe.
I'll never forget walking into the Horseshoe for the first time, being like, I've never seen people smoke inside before. It's like, this is a foreign concept to me. And then you walk out of that Horseshoe for the first time and you are like, your clothes are ruined. You're like, oh my God, I smell like this thing. Kenneth goes, you can still smoke in bars in a small town in Indiana. It's the last bastion of American freedom, in my humble opinion. Should we bring back smoking in a bar?
I think there should be one bar in every city that, like, hey, everybody knows if you want to smoke a cig inside, they're fine with it. But you got to, we're not going to, everybody's not going to stop because you don't like, everybody knows this is the smoking bar.
Yeah.
We're not going to cater to you, the non-smoker. Like, this is one spot that they have.
I think that's a great rule. We're going to let you do this illegal thing, but we don't do concessions. Okay? Like, we're not making this any better for you. All the bartenders already hate the fact that they have to double wash their clothes every time they're off a shift. Actually, Suzanne back there wears the same thing every time she's bartending for the last 15 years because she doesn't want to ruin her capris anymore. It's just I think that's a very good rule. Also, I don't know how I was going to segue out of that. I was reading something today that I often talk about, like, there are certain things that hosts on this radio station can relate to and be shocked by that doesn't shock me sometimes because I didn't grow up here, right? And I didn't necessarily grow up with years and years and years of Nebraska football. I merely adopted the dark, if you will. I wasn't molded by it. By the time I saw light, I already was a boy. It's one of those things where there are still, though, very interesting stats that, like, shock me. That I'm like, wow, even what I know and what I've seen and what I've learned, that isn't Nebraska. Like, that's shocking for that to be a thing in Nebraska. And I ran into that today reading Sean Callahan's 321 column on Husker Online and On 3. He writes, 3 things we learned this week. Justin Evans has a chance to be one of Nebraska's most decorated offensive linemen in 25 years. Nebraska offensive lineman Justin Evans, it was named the second-team preseason All-American by The Athletic, which is notable when you look at the Huskers in recent history up front. Nebraska has not had an All-American offensive lineman since 2001.
Whoa.
It's
a quarter of a century.
Crazy to me, thinking about just the history of Nebraska and the offensive line and the literal awards, right, that are named after, the dominance on the offensive line that Nebraska once used to have. And so to go not just like a decade and not to just go a couple of years, could go a quarter of a century without having an offensive lineman that is considered to be one of the 10 best, right, in their field. We're not saying like, Nebraska hasn't had a Remington Trophy Award winner in 40. Like, that's a different conversation, right? That's a very rare award to have. This isn't Nebraska hasn't won a Joe Moore Award in X amount of years. No, like, there are a lot of really good offensive lines and a lot of really good offensive linemen that don't win those marquee awards. It's more so the fact that Nebraska hasn't had an offensive lineman in 25 years that is just like, yeah, he's one of the top 2 or 3 at his position. That's crazy. That's crazy to go that amount of time, that amount of recruits, that amount of coaching, that amount of just games and not have an old lineman who's like, Yeah, he's an All-American, especially with the history of this this football program and how much. I mean, like when you say, typically what gets some of the biggest cheers outside of like the known running back and known quarterback at the introductions for Nebraska football is the pipeline. The pipeline. And everyone, because we love offensive linemen here. For Nebraska to go a quarter of a century, I mean, I think that is honestly synonymous with the lack of success that has happened in that same amount of time. I've said it once, I'll say it a million times. Nebraska football will never reach the heights that this fan base wants them to unless they have a great offensive line. That's how Nebraska is going to win football games. And it's not just like, oh, it's the Big Ten. It's more so to do with like the type of recruit that's around you as well, right? And the type of just big, strong offensive linemen that are around this state and are in this state. Like Nebraska, if they're going to be a great program, has to win in the trenches, has to buy their quarterback time, has to buy their running back, make space for their running back, right? Because, like if you're a team located in Florida, if you're a team located in the South, right? If you're a team located in California, if you're a team located in those areas, those hotbeds that have great wide receivers and awesome quarterbacks and, 5-star running backs, where the proximity to home and the legacy that, that you've built with those recruits over their childhood, right? Where it's easier to acquire those players, right? It's one of those things where unless you're one of those teams, you need to build the infrastructure to allow players who aren't those 5-star guys, who aren't those top-of-the-line dudes, to go ahead and succeed. It's very hard for Nebraska to get a 5-star running back from Alabama, okay? It's very hard for Nebraska to get a 5-star wide receiver from Florida. It's very difficult for Nebraska to get those types of players. You need to get the type of players that amplify the rest of your skill positions around you, because just based off of geography and based off of where the high school talent is, it's harder to acquire those types of guys than other schools. You need the tide that raises all boats. That tide is the offensive line. And so that's why I'm very interested and invested in Jeep Wade and the amount of people that are confident and bullish on his ability to coach the offensive line and the pelts in the wall and the pedigree that they have, that he has when it comes to developing offensive linemen. Because to me, that's the key to Nebraska's success. It's the trenches. It's the O-line. It's the D-line. It's what Matt Rule talked about when he first got here. Sipple talked about, he would tell people, man, when Matt used to talk, when Coach Rule used to talk, the amount of articles and columns that you would just have that would fill to the brim in terms of what you could write about. A lot of that stuff was just about how much he was a trenches dude, how much he just wanted to be good in the O-line and wanted to be good on the D-line. And he would talk about the offensive linemen and defensive linemen and edges and linebackers that he helped develop. He would talk about Deion Dawkins and Hassan Reddick and talk about T-Knight and how T-Knight ended up becoming an NFL veteran, right? Like it's one of those things where he came here and he talked about that and we were ready for it. We were ready for some bloodthirsty road graders, as John in the chat would call them. We wanted that type of football. And hopefully the hope is that Jeep Wade and the athlete and player that they've acquired can provide that for you. But I think for me, it's just one of those things where you do have to take a step back and say, whoa, quarter of a century. Not an I'm not talking about not having like an award-winning offensive lineman. We're just talking about an All-American. Just talking about an All-American. 25 years since then. It's crazy to think about. Real quick, the story of the offseason or fall camp, in my opinion, up to this point has been the emergence of Gunnar Gatula. Obviously he had to clean up some, injury stuff and, had to get back and had to get healthy from last season. And, we came into the season kind of expecting, all right, here are the offensive linemen, Babalade, Mubanga, Black, Evans, and Pritchett. But now it seems like it's become a battle between both Babalade and Gatula to get that right tackle spot. Babalade, unfortunately for him, was on a bike in the last open practice, right? And unfortunately, it not only sets Babalade a little bit back when it gets to him getting his legs under him and him getting ready for fall camp, or, getting ready for the season through fall camp to have a good season. Not only does it set him back in that regard, it is a massive opportunity for Gunnar Gatula while your top competition is standing off to the side to go ahead and take that job. I went through and I looked back at the PFF stats of these two athletes, of these two tackles. Last season, Gunnar Gatula, he played in 7 games last year. His final game was against Minnesota, in which he gave up throughout the entirety of the season 14 pressures, 7 hurries, 1 hit, and 6 sacks. His final game against Minnesota very famously gave up 4 sacks. Babalade last season had more snaps at right tackle than Gatula. Gatula only had 381 total snaps. Babalade had 423 total snaps. Babalade had 398 snaps specifically at right tackle. So he had 17 more snaps at right tackle than Gatula did the entirety of the year. Gatula had kind of split between right tackle and left tackle through the season. Babalade gave up 21 pressures, 19 hurries, 1 hit, but only 1 sack. So Babalade less efficient when it comes to QBs being pressured and the QB being hurried, but less with the QB being hit and the QB being sacked. I would like to mention Gatula's quarterback was Dylan Raiola, who couldn't move. Tree Babalade's quarterback was Lenora Sellers, who is an incredible athlete who can evade a ton of pressure, which is why those numbers are kind of are very different. Babalade's total grade last season, according to PFF, was 60.1. Gatula was a whole 10 points better. He was straight up a 70 PFF grade. Gatula graded 69.5 at pass blocking, 70.5 at run blocking. Babalade had a 68.5 in pass blocking, so just 1 point lower than Gatula, but his run blocking was severely worse than Gatula's. Like I said, Gatula had a 70.5 run block grade. Babalade, 55. So definitely something that needs to improve for Tree if he's going to get that right tackle spot. But like we mentioned, he was on the bike, and that's an opportunity for Gunnar to come in and take that job. Archer goes, Tree was the worst lineman on the worst O-line in football. I mean, Tree also got hurt last season too. That's another thing too, where it worries about an injury right in practice and him being on the sideline. He was already hurt last year. So it's one of those things where it's like you hope the young man can stay healthy as well. But it definitely is one of those things where, it was a quiet offseason, also has kind of turned into a quiet fall camp in a way as well. Very, quick and consistent answers at the fall camp. But right now it seems like what we're hearing and what we're reading about, Gatula is slowly kind of chipping away, taking that job. And the numbers would say to you that he probably was better than Babalade last season overall, even though Babalade did play some more snaps than him last year. All right, take a break. Andy Kendeigh of KETV coming up next year on Middays with Matt.
Josh Hodson's boyhood hero was Hank Aaron. Matt McMasters was the guy from the Dos Equis commercial. Now it's starting to all make sense. Middays with Matt on 1620 The Zone.
Andy Kendeigh from KETV joins us here on the 1620 The Zone Radio Network. AK, how are you?
I am fantastic. How are you?
I'm great. I'm phenomenal. How's your golf game? You been getting out a lot?
No. My back injury has put me on the sidelines. Yeah, I haven't swung a golf club on a course in more than 2 years.
Oh,
no.
It's
sad. But you know what? You know how much money and aggravation I've saved over the years just for that?
Great point.
So there
Yeah.
you go. Yeah.
I have realized that I've wasted a lot of money golfing this year. It's
time. You can't get back to time. You're on the course, right?
Well, I like the time on the course. I prefer the time on the course more than honestly time anywhere else, if I'm being honest with you, other than on these very airwaves with Josh Hodson. But time on the course is what it's all about. It's just more so like when you're playing 4 rounds a week, that's like $80 to $100 every single round. That adds up, you know? That's what gets me.
When you get married, wife, kids, the whole bit. Oh yeah, that's where the timing comes in, my friend.
Oh, I'm sure
the timing comes.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
Did your what youth sports did your kids play that you were running around taking them to all the time?
Well, when they're young, everything.
Sure.
But later in life, my oldest was a swimmer. She actually was pretty good her senior year. Played volleyball for a while, and we've got a great picture of my oldest standing next to Rebecca Alec in a awesome 12U tournament, and Rebecca Alec is just like, I can't wait to stuff this volleyball down your throat, and which she did. And my middle and younger ones were more dancers than, which is a sport. I mean, they'll tell you it's a sport.
Did you go to UDA? You go to Florida? You go to the?
Oh yeah. We did the Walt Disney World experience. Yeah. Exactly. It was.
How'd they do there? Did they have time to go to the park?
Oh yeah, they did. They did and didn't. 1 year they did, and 1 year they didn't have as much time.
Yeah.
So the less time you have for the parks, the better you perform. You know
exactly.
what I mean? So,
exactly.
yeah.
That's what people don't get about UDA. Now it's NDA, which my mom was like, we're going to NDA, and I'm like, why are you going to a non-disclosure agreement? That doesn't make any sense. She's like, no. It's like it's the new, better dance thing that they still do in the same exact place, I guess. So has volleyball turned into, because you're around it a lot, like there's a ton. I've seen an influx of like youth sports podcasts. Like there are people who get into talking about youth sports and the growth of youth sports, and just how much more expensive it's getting. Has volleyball kind of taken the evolution that baseball has really been taking over the last couple of years? Because I was a hockey kid. Hockey was always crazy. It was always like a country club. It was always super expensive. It was always kind of a social status. Baseball has been trending very much in that direction. Is volleyball there yet?
I don't know if it's there just yet because of the equipment involved. You don't need a ton of equipment to play volleyball. You know what I mean? But I will tell you, the amount of travel that's required for some of these travel teams, it is going to set you back financially. So you have to know that going in. However, if you here's the push and pull with all that. To be the best, you really should compete against quality opponents, and to do that, you really have to play in these invitationals and these big tournaments if you really want to see where you stack up, so to speak. But I'm a big believer that if you are good, if you're that good, they'll find you, and that's why I applaud the kids who still do multiple sports and still manage to stay away from the specializations. And I understand the arguments for both sides, but there's such a small minority that make it to the next level, let alone the professional level. I mean, that's even more tiny of an amount. But it's just like, you know what, enjoy yourself, have fun, learn some life lessons. And, if something comes out of it, great. But man, it has taken another step since even when I was going through the youth sports, journey, which was, it was only 5 years ago that I really kind of got out of that. So it seems like to be elevated. I talk to some of these parents who have got very high level kids, and it doesn't matter what the sport is. It is volleyball or baseball or softball or whatever. And they're traveling every weekend. And, it's like, well, that's their vacation for the weekend. They've learned how to love the mini muffins from Fairfield Inn or wherever there's a free breakfast. That's where you're staying. So yeah, it's pretty amazing where it's evolved over the years.
Well,
I mean, shoot, when we were kids, it was like we were lucky to play a tournament that was outside of our own town.
It's just crazy for me as someone like that's what hockey always was. Hockey was always that. It was always we were going to Michigan, we were going to Ohio, we were going to Madison, Wisconsin. We were traveling everywhere. I went to Europe to play in a tournament, because that's where the best players were going. Like that was kind of the nature of it. And you're right, it's changed so much over the last couple of years where more and more sports have become not only just pay to play, but kind of pay to succeed. In a way. And you're right. There are arguments for both sides in terms of the specialization argument, because to me, I don't really know too many hockey players who were doing anything other than hockey. Like that's the sport you pick. That's the sport you play. That's what you were. And, they would tell us like, yeah, well, Joe Mauer, like he played D1 baseball and he had D1 football offers, to which I would respond, I'm not Joe Mauer. I am not that level of athlete. I am not, that guy. So I don't know. I think you're totally right. There are so many different ways to slice the pie, and the evolution of it all has become fascinating. Andy Kendeigh, go ahead.
I want to give this one thing in, because part of your hockey thing when you were a kid, like the numbers are just so small of the kids who play organized hockey. That's why there's not, that's why hockey's not an NSA sport. That's why, because it's just not the numbers here in this area. And that's why you have to go to find the good competition. And that could be true in lacrosse in this area or whatever, where if you're out east, that's a totally different story, or, in Canada or what have you. So, yeah, I think it's gotten better, because I think hockey has improved in terms of kids who are more interested in that, but it's still not to the level of soccer, volleyball, and not even close.
It certainly has grown here in Nebraska, and I only know because I'm now coaching high school hockey or kids at the high school level, and it definitely has gone up over the last couple of years. But if you're a top player here in the state of Nebraska, there's only a couple of teams you can really go to. And a lot of those teams have to travel to God knows where to play those players, and then what do you do from there? If you're good enough, you go to juniors and you're drafted to somewhere in America where you're playing in the USHL, or you got to, in some cases pay your way to play junior hockey in other places. Sure. So yeah, it's very, very, very different. From where you go. You were at open practice, correct? In Lincoln?
Yeah.
What was your biggest takeaway? I talked to writers. I've talked to people who are on the radio. You're the first TV person, so I like to get the different perspective, because you see it literally through a different lens, literally and physically. What was your biggest takeaway?
Well, I've been to both. I was at both of them. It's such a small window. It's real easy to jump to these grandiose, broad brush conclusions, and I'm a little hesitant to do that because we see such a small portion of it. But just in terms of generalizations, I think they're bigger on the lines, which is an encouraging sign for me. I kind of spent a lot of time with the defensive line the other day. They've got some guys, because that's a big question mark, I know, for a lot of Husker fans coming in. And where does your level of concern in terms of position groups? And I think defensive line would be one of them. Just look at the production last year and then the switch to the different scheme this year and how are they going to fit, blah, blah, blah. And the transfers they come in, and you look at the numbers and all that stuff. But I'll tell you, I was very impressed to see them working on Tuesday. Not just the size, but the mobility and the depth. I was a little taken aback at about how many guys that look the part. Now, again, they're hitting bags. Who knows how that's gonna translate when September 5th comes around. But I was impressed with the defensive line the other day. That at least I was impressed with the size and B, the mobility or the agility of some of the players out there. And the first practice I kind of honed in on the offensive line, and I kind of came away with the same thing. Like, there's some big dudes on that first, the first 5-7 guys. They've got some guys. If they stay healthy, they're going to be a decent line, and they're going to open some holes. And I think G. Blade is one of the big stories of this camp, and I can see why, because he has those guys playing physical, aggressive, not thinking as much, jumping off the ball, and hopefully that translates into production, because all of this, stuff that we see, who knows how that's going to work when they tee it up for real.
I want to thank you for raising the credibility of this very show that you're on, because we are the only show here on 1620 The Zone that has an AP Top 25 poll voter for college football.
Yeah.
First off, we were all like, we didn't know. I just looked, and I was looking for the Nebraska logo, and I saw Andy Kendeigh. I was like, hell yeah. How did they just reach out to you, and that's how it came to be?
Yeah. Sam had the vote for years, and for whatever reason, he was unable to do that this fall. And I was the guinea pig who got plucked, I guess. It was my number. My straw came up, and I'm like, you know what? I've always wanted to do it. I've talked to Sam. I've talked to Amy Just, who has voted before, and I've talked to Kevin Suits, who's a basketball voter.
Yeah.
Suits. And it is an undertaking. I didn't realize, how. Sorry about my dog. The FedEx truck is outside the house.
Oh, it happens.
I had no idea how how nitpicky people are, and even though this was such a benign preseason poll, and any Yahoo could have filled out their ballot, and you still get DMs and people coming at you already, and I'm like, oh boy, this is going to be fun this fall. So, Michael Severe gave me a good piece of advice. He goes, hey, stay out of your mentions, you'll be fine.
Absolutely. So I'll nitpick. Why did you put Texas so low, Andy?
Prove it.
Seriously?
I felt like Indiana had the best team last year. I was actually contemplating putting Indiana higher, but
I would have loved that.
I tell you,
I would have loved that. You would have gotten my support.
I mean, Indiana, it's just because they've only been good 2 years that they're that low. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of this is so much reputation and and potential and all this stuff. And it's so funny. People are like, well, they got a new quarterback. Well, no kidding. They had a new quarterback last year. What did he do? He went out and won the Heisman and went unbeaten, So it was more a product of who I thought was better than Texas than why Texas was there.
Nebraska gets no vote in the AP Top 25. Were you tempted at all to put Nebraska? Okay.
No.
Yeah.
No. Again, prove it. Like, what am I basing that off of?
No home cooking vote for Andy Kendeigh.
No. And part of the instructions is they say, please avoid regional biases and all this stuff. And there's a whole laundry list of, do's and don'ts and whatever. And and I don't want to be, the laundry list does not include don't vote for the team in your home state. That's not part of it. I get it. But they have a new quarterback. They've got a new defensive scheme. They've got a new defensive coordinator. They've got a whole slew of new defenders that are some of them are unproven, especially up front. So that's where I land on Nebraska.
Yeah.
I wasn't. I would have, quite honestly, if I was going to put any Big Ten team in that 25-24 slot, it was going to be Illinois or Minnesota, because I think both of those two teams right now to start the year, on paper, they deserve to be there, and that's good. I think that's good. And I think this is why Nebraska's taken this approach. Like, they're not going to top off at this point. Because quite honestly, what have they done? They've won 7 games in the last 2 years. I get it. They have great potential, no question. And if they can stay healthy and put it together, they could win 8-9 games this year, sure.
Yeah.
But until they do it, there's got to be questions, and that's why I think nationally they didn't get any votes from any of the AP voters.
Andy Kendeigh of KETV, thank you so much. We cannot wait to nitpick your AP poll every single week here.
I'm going to have that thing on me 24/7. I've decided I'm going to have that on or memorize it.
Hey, Suits has been doing it forever. He never. No one's ever in his mentions getting mad at him.
Oh no! He says he's not. I don't think he's welcome in Providence, Rhode Island. Just
we got to get you and Suitsy on at the same time.
Bring it on. He's the man. He's the best. I love that.
That would be a very entertaining trio, along with Josh Hodson. You two and us talking.
Yeah.
Here.
Well, you want to continue the conversation on youth sports. Suits is your guy. He is in the thick of it right now. He is in the thick of it.
AK, I was his intern. You knew this.
Yeah. I know this. Yeah.
I was his intern, and he would have to take calls about travel baseball. Like he would have to say, "Hey, Matt, go and do this. Like, go and edit this video. I'll be right back." And he was like, "Yeah, I don't think he'll mind me telling the story." He had a parent call him because their son was offered to be a backup catcher at some sort of travel baseball team that was much better. And I'm like, a parent had to call you about their kid being a backup catcher? I go, I didn't even know we had 26-man rosters, for the playoffs in travel baseball. It's ridiculous. It's crazy.
Like, you know what? The backup catcher pays just as much as the starting shortstop and your ace pitcher for those fees. Just remember that.
Good point. AK of KETV here every other Thursday on Middays with Matt. Talk to you soon, my friend. You're the best. Appreciate you.
Thanks, brother. Anytime, my friend.
Andy Kendeigh pinch hitting for Lauren Michelson today, who was out and about with her family. So good for her. Thanks, guys.
Oh, this is the family vacation.
This is the family vacation.
Okay, a couple weeks ago, it was the solo vacation.
Lauren is waiting on me, though, because I have to give her places to shoot at Wrigley Field, her video and stuff like that. Her stuff like that. So I have a long text breaking down all of the spots in Wrigley that we'll see Lauren Michelson go live. Seriously,
ones know.
When you're like, oh my God, Lauren is live in front of Murphy's bleachers. Thank this guy.
Not everybody can be in front of the big sign out front. Right?
Real quick, what to watch and Dog of the Day coming up next here on MWM. Honk, honk.
Middays with Matt.
Allow me, Matt. This is what we're watching tonight.
Oh, wow. Get right into it, brother.
That's right. NFL is back on our televisions today, technically. Raiders, Texans, 7 o'clock on ESPN, and then Niners, Chargers at 9 o'clock on NFL Network. Mariners, Brewers right now on MLB Network. Rangers hosting the Nationals tonight at 7 o'clock on FS1. Day 2 of the Little League World Series in Williamsport. We saw a record 8 strikeout performance yesterday. We saw a walk-off yesterday. We'll see more fun stuff today on ESPN and ESPN2 here in a matter of minutes. WNBA doubleheader on Prime. It is Fever Wings tonight at 7, followed by Dream Sparks at 9 o'clock. And on Amazon Prime, it is a documentary about Novak Djokovic, the Wolf in Winter. That's what it's called, The Wolf in Winter.
That's a crazy title.
It is.
That's actually awesome. The Wolf.
All right, folks, let's talk right now. I'm going to kill you.
As opposed to the wolf being
I'm going
in
to rip
summer?
his throat out. I will blow this man out. I will step on his throat until the man chokes. Let me tell you how.
Dog.
Winners.
Dog.
Winners.
Dog.
Winners.
Dog.
Winners.
Dog.
Winners. I'm on a roll.
Dude, you gotta love dogs, right?
We have a nice dog today. Or
Nice
should I say
A good dog?
a Rice dog?
Rice?
Because Ben Rice plays the Baltimore Orioles.
I was like, who are the Owls playing today?
No, I was like doing the nice and rice.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
I don't know if you know, those two words rhyme. And what we do better than alliteration is rhyming on the radio. So we are going to bet Ben Rice to have a nice home run of plus 367 against the Baltimore Orioles today in a pick 'em game between the Yankees and the O's. Should be fun. Should be a great time. It'll be fun. Be a great time. Tomorrow, the 1620 The Zone Golf Tournament live from Miracle Hill. It's Middays with Matt as we go ahead and broadcast the midday show as all of our lovely folks who have signed up to golf with us tomorrow will be hitting the links on Miracle Hill Golf Course. It should be a great time, full of fun, full of action. At some point, I'll be riding around the course live on live stream, live on the radio, talking to people. I'm sure the internet won't crap out and it might be a disaster, but we'll figure it out as we're going to have a great time on the course tomorrow. If you're golfing tomorrow at the 1620 Zone Golf Tournament, say hi. We want to talk to you. We want to see you. We can't wait to see you. It's going to be an awesome, awesome event. Very proud to have had a hand in helping this thing get done. Very proud of everybody here at the station who helped put this together. A lot of organizing, a lot of communication, a lot of just great people putting in the hard work to put on what will sure to be an awesome event tomorrow at Miracle Hill, and then later a awesome VIP party at the Phoenix. It should be an awesome, awesome time, but you'll have to just wait a little bit longer. Will be a great time. Coming up next is USC and the Crossover here on the 1620 Zone Radio Network.